Chapter 439. Using one city to bury the dark apparitions. Li Rongxue stood among the crowd and looked at Wang Ting, who was chatting casually and confidently with the general stage formidable warriors. A different emotion appeared in her eyes. This fellow was truly surprising. They hadn't met for a short while, but he was still the same. He didn't change at all. Wang Ting was chatting with Lord Yang when he noticed a gaze from the corner of his eyes. His heart shuddered. Why is she looking at me with such a loving expression? He didn't do anything to Li Rongxue, right? Why was this lady being so troublesome suddenly? All kinds of thoughts appeared in Wang Ting's mind. However, he didn't reveal any of it on his face. He evaded Li Rongxue's gaze. The runemaster arguing finally sensed Gorlin's arrival. They hurried over and shouted, "Master Gorlin, you came at the right time. We picked a few arrays but haven't chosen which one to use. What do you think we should choose?" "Those old fellows." Gorlin shook his head and said to Wang Ting, "Come, let's go and take a look." Wang Ting nodded and followed Gorlin over. "Why are you still arguing at this time? Don't you know how serious the situation is?" Gorlin frowned the moment he went up. "It's their fault. They refused to use the waterfall heaven array I chose." A fat old man complained. "Bullshit, the waterfall heaven array has a larger coverage area, but it isn't powerful enough. How can it give the dark apparitions a lethal blow?" Another balding, short elder with little hair glared at the old man. Wang Ting glanced at the short elder. His ears were pointed, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He had a long nose, along with a slightly sharp chin. He should be an elder from the goblin race. He seemed old, but his temper was huge. "Carl, stop complaining about old Chaz array. Your golden ray heavenlock array is good at pinning people, but it's not that powerful either. My crimson stormfire array is better than yours." Another runemaster joined the conversation. Seeing that they were about to start arguing again, Gorlin said hurriedly, all right, everyone, there's not much time. Let's sit down and discuss properly. Let's not waste time over these pointless arguments." The runmasters understood the situation, but this was precisely the reason why they were anxious. The more urgent the matter was, the more agitated they became, giving rise to more differing opinions. Gorlin was the oldest among them and had the highest accomplishments in rune mastery. He was at the entrance of the Grandmaster level already. Hence, the instant he opened his mouth, everyone took the opportunity to take a step back and stop this endless argument. Yin Tongfang and the other martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. "Everyone, please take a seat." Yin Tongfang guided them immediately. They all sat down around the large-scale model of the Star Maple City. The atmosphere turned tense and serious. The young men came over and stood beside their masters. Li Rongxue sat beside Lord Yang. As a princess, she enjoyed special treatment. Wang Ting glanced around him and understood his position. He knew that there was no seat for him, so he planned to stand behind Gorlin and observe the situation. Suddenly, Yin Tongfang said, "Wang Ting, you can sit beside Master Gorlin." The young men looked at him with a questioning gaze. There were envy and jealousy on their faces too. Why was he able to sit down when they couldn't? They were from the same generation, right? Of course, they only dared to complain in their hearts. In front of all the big shots, they were too scared to open their mouth. Wang Ting ignored the gazes. Since Yin Tongfang said that he could sit, he sat down directly beside Gorlin. He became the second youth who was able to sit with powerful figures. Yin Tongfang placed the complete layout of the Star Maple in front of everyone and said, "We plan to abandon Star Maple City this time." Abandon Star Maple City. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He was stunned. "Hence, you can do whatever you want. Try your best to arrange the most powerful rune array." Yin Tongfang said coldly with a stern face, "We will use a city to bury the dark apparitions who dared to provoke us." Many people didn't know about this plan. Thus, when they heard it, they gasped in astonishment. How determined was the Xingwu continent this time to have decided to abandon an entire city? The runemasters turned serious, feeling a heavy burden landing on their shoulders. They looked at each other with bitter smiles. Yin Tongfang passed the stage to the runemasters after he finished his speech. He didn't speak again. The runemasters opened their mouths, but no words came out. In the end, they looked at Gorlin. The fat elder Cha Shu said, "Master Gorlin, you should lead the discussion." That's right, that's right. You should do it," the others agreed readily. Gorlin shook his head with a forced smile. "You're giving me a tall hat. All right, time is tight, so I won't decline the offer." He was extremely decisive. He didn't waste time on the issue, and went directly into the topic. His gaze landed on the layout of Star Maple City as he said, "Since General Yin is allowing us to do whatever we want, let's go all out." "You mean?" the Goblin Runemaster Carl asked. "Have you heard of?" Gorlin scanned the crowd before continuing slowly, "Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array?" Everyone turned silent. Cha Shu hesitated before replying. "Is it the array that is said to be able to destroy everything? The array that is known as the God of Lightning?" "That's right." Gorlin nodded. "Master is really going all out." Wang Ting glanced at Gorlin in bewilderment. He didn't expect his courtly master to have this side too. He knew the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. It used the strength of the runes and the help of lightning rods to conduct all the lightning in the sky. It was formidable enough to obliterate anything in its path. Wang Ting recalled how Ren Qingtsang used the Leitang physique and made use of the power of nature to throw lightning bolts at him. He had personally experienced how strong the impact was. However, honestly, it paled in comparison with the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. But this array had its cons too. The Runemasters glanced at one another and smiled helplessly. "Master Gorlin, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is indomitable, but it's extremely complicated. The success rate isn't high, yet we only have one chance." This was the disadvantage Wang Ting was thinking about. How confident was his master? "From what you've mentioned, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is powerful, but the success rate is low," Yin Tongfang asked at this moment. "Yes. In terms of power, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is the #1 array we can arrange based on our current ability," Cha Shu said. Yin Tongfang's eyes lit up. "Master Gorlin, how confident are you?" "With everyone's help, I'm only less than 60% confident," Gorlin said. Yin Tongfang was in a dilemma. Chapter 440. This stupid disciple only knew how to embarrass him in front of everyone. Less than 60% is a little low. Lord Yang frowned. He was hesitant too. One could see their determination to exterminate the dark apparitions. After all, they had decided to sacrifice an entire city. Hence, the array was extremely important. There must be no mistakes. Looking at the time, they only had one chance to lay the array. They couldn't change to another array easily if the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array failed. If that was possible, they wouldn't be in a dilemma now. Master Carl and the other Runemasters were startled when they heard Gorlin's words. Then, they gave a bitter smile and said, "Actually, this isn't a low probability for the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array." They looked at Gorlin and sighed. As expected of Master Gorlin, you are able to have a high success rate even with such a difficult array. You're flattering me. I came up with this percentage after taking into consideration your help. If I do it alone, I'll only be 40% confident. Gorlin shook his head. Oh! Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang were surprised when they heard the other Runemasters' high praises. The Runemasters and the martial warriors were looking at the issue from two different perspectives, so their conclusion was also different. The Runemasters focused on mastery. The martial warriors were the commanders, so they only cared about the success rate. Since the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array is so powerful, why don't we take a leap of faith and give it a try? Dan Taixian suggested. Yin Tongfang was still hesitant. We can have 2 strings to our bow. While everyone was hesitating, they heard a voice speaking slowly. They turned to look at Gorlin, and then at Wang Ting beside him. This was the young man who spoke just now. Many general stage martial warriors frowned. Honestly, they didn't have any impression of him even though Lord Yang and the others thought highly of him and praised him just now. Thus, when they heard him speaking at a moment like this, they felt that he was insensible. After all, at such an important event, any opinions could affect the final result. You needed to be extremely careful with your words. The disciples of the Runmasters were flabbergasted. They turned to Wang Ting and complained in their hearts. This young lad is bold. Where did he get the guts to speak? Can't he see how serious the general stage martial warriors are and how tense the atmosphere is? However, they had to acknowledge his courage. Under such a huge and frightening pressure, he was still able to open his mouth and speak calmly. Unlike them, they didn't even dare to make a peep. No, they were just being sensible. Of course, many people were anticipating Wang Ting's response. For instance, Dan Taixian, Gorlin, and Lord Yang. Lord Yang looked at him with interest and smiled. Say it. We can have 2 arrays. Wang Ting scanned the crowd and continued indifferently. The Thousand Thunder Annihilation array will be the main array. Inside it, we can draw the E-Wood Melting Fire array to complement it. At the start, the Runmasters didn't take Wang Ting seriously. But toward the end, they felt mind-blown. They went into deep thought. The martial warriors didn't know much about rune arrays, so they looked at the Runmasters and waited for their reply. Noticing how lenient Lord Yang was towards young people, a young Runemaster said, "That isn't right. Based on my humble opinion, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array is a thunder element array, while the E-Wood Melting Fire array is a fire element array. These 2 arrays restrict each other instead of reinforcing each other. How can you use it as assistance? Also, creating an array in another array will increase the difficulty level. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse?" Wang Ting glanced in the direction where the voice came from. He saw a delicate young man with an extraordinary aura looking at him. He was dressed in Runemaster attire and was lean and skinny. When their eyes met, a hint of delight flashed past the young man's eyes. Wang Ting retracted his gaze and sniggered in his heart. He understood the young man's motive. He wanted to step on him and create an impression in the hearts of the powerful Runmasters and formidable martial warriors. Young people were naturally competitive. However, if he was able to control his hands that were trembling because of his nervousness, the effects might have been better. Also, his knowledge of runes was lacking, so his rebuttal didn't hold water. Normally, Wang Ting wouldn't allow others to trample on him. However, this fellow was too weak. He couldn't even bother about him. Yin Tongfang and the other martial warriors were stunned once again. They glanced meaningfully at the 2 young men, but no one was in a hurry to open their mouths. They waited quietly for the Runmasters to speak. Li Rongxue, who was sitting beside Lord Yang, gave Wang Ting a cheeky smile. Wang Ting shook his head. This young miss was enjoying the show without any concern over the consequences. The young man was filled with jealousy when he saw this. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. "Shut up." A cold voice stopped him suddenly. "Master." The young man was dumbstruck. He looked at the elder in front of him absent-mindedly. The elder turned and glared at him with a black face. The young Runemaster was at a loss. "Don't speak if you don't know anything." The elder reprimanded him in a low voice. Then, he cupped his hands and apologized to everyone. "I'm sorry, I didn't teach my disciple properly." "It's all right, it's all right. It's normal for a young man to make mistakes." "That's right, we used to be like this when we were young." The Runmasters were secretly laughing at his plight, but on the front, they waved their hands and pretended to be magnanimous. The young man knew that he had just displayed his incompetence when he saw the reaction of his master and the other Runmasters. He had just embarrassed himself. He turned red and wanted to dig a hole to bury himself. He couldn't bear to stand here anymore. However, he had already made a mistake. If he stepped out of the line again, the humiliation would be worse. He couldn't help but blame his master for not giving him face. Why did he have to reprimand him in front of so many people? He didn't know that his master had already recorded his mistake in his heart. This stupid disciple only knew how to embarrass him in front of everyone. However, the young runemaster was still confused. He went through his rebuttal again and again in his mind, but couldn't find his mistake. The Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array was a lightning element array, while the Ewood Melting Fire Array was a fire element array. They were not related, so they couldn't merge. If they forcefully combined these two arrays, the difficulty would only be greater. But why were the runemasters and his master giving that expression? Was there something magnificent about Wang Ting's plan that he didn't notice? Chapter 441. Lightning Fire Double Array. The saddest thing in the world was, before your opponent spoke, you had already made a grand exit. The young runemaster, Anai Wenguang, lowered his head. He didn't dare to look at other people. They must be mocking him. The other young runemasters glanced at Anai Wenguang happily. They felt fortunate that they didn't speak up. If not, they would be the ones getting embarrassed. Actually, besides the younger generation and Anai Wenguang's master, Master Dong Guo, who planned to punish him after they went back, the other important figures didn't have the time to care about him. At this moment, Master Dong Guo wanted to lighten the awkward atmosphere, so he said, "Master Gorlin's disciple is indeed exceptional. This is an ingenious solution. You're flattering him. However, I didn't expect him to be able to come up with this idea either." Gorlin remained humble, but he was beaming with happiness. Ewood Melting Fire Array. Master Gorlin, your disciple's rune knowledge must be profound. It's not easy to find a complementary array for the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array among the millions of arrays present. Master Carl shook his head and commented. When lightning strikes trees, trees will light up in flames. Your disciple extrapolated this in the arrays. He's not bound by the appearance of the arrays. This is a rare and valuable trait, Chashu praised. That's right. My disciple only looked at the appearance of the arrays and thought that they couldn't merge. Actually, the Ewood Melting Fire Array uses the wood force in its surroundings to stir up the fire force that powers up the array. Hence, it is linked to the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. We won't need to worry about them conflicting with each other if we add some assisting runes in, Master Dongwa said. Pfft. And Ai Wenguang felt a stab in his heart once again. He almost vomited blood. He finally understood what the problem was. He had truly embarrassed himself. He gave a regretful look. At the same time, he was amazed. How did Wang Ting come up with this ingenious plan? How high was his talent? Mind you, even the masters didn't think of it. No one bothered about him. Cha Shu continued, after linking these two arrays, the operation of the Ewood Melting Fire Array won't be affected even if the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array failed. But if both of them work, it will be magnificent. He got more excited as he spoke, his facial features dancing happily. Both arrays will activate at the same time. The combined forces of lightning and fire won't just double the effect. At that time, we don't have to worry about annihilating the dark apparitions anymore. He wasn't the only one feeling amazed. Even Carl and the other runemasters found this plan remarkable. The other runemasters who never spoke became extremely interested and attracted by the ingenuity of this solution. They praised it continuously and joined the discussion. The martial warriors exchanged glances with one another and then looked at Wang Ting beside Gorlin. This young man seemed to have given a constructive suggestion. Li Rongshu's shining eyes landed on him. No one knew what she was thinking. On the other hand, Dan Taixian wasn't that happy, her face downcast. At first, she had dragged Wang Ting here to boost her pride. He did boost someone's pride, but it was Master Gorlin's. How infuriating! As the main lead, Wang Ting felt helpless. When these runemasters started discussing, They threw him to the side. As expected, these were a bunch of old kids who only loved runes. Fortunately, Wang Ting didn't mind. He didn't come up with the plan to gain a reputation. He just wanted to kill more dark apparitions. Of course, he didn't mind gaining more reputation if he could. Yin Tongfang coughed helplessly when he saw the runemasters getting carried away with their discussion. He asked, "Is this idea possible?" The runemasters immediately stopped talking and nodded. "Yes. That's right, it's 100% possible. No problem. I think we can start working right away." Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang were elated. They immediately made the decision. "All right, we will hand this matter over to you." "We won't hesitate to," the runemasters replied simultaneously. "Also, I suggest having Master Gorlin as the chief commander of the construction of the rune array," Master Cha Shu proposed. "I can't do that. I think we can form the array together. There's no need for a chief commander." Gorlin waved his hands hurriedly. It was always hard to be the first in the world of runes. Gorlin didn't want to step into the muddy waters. No, without a chief commander, we'll probably start quarreling again. It will be a waste of time. Master Carl shook his head. He understood his personality. Gorlin gave a forced smile. "It's good that you know what you're like." Even if he was the chief commander, they would still argue. This was a troublesome matter. Gorlin didn't want to be the mediator. He still wanted to reject the offer, but the other runemasters started speaking up. "Master Gorlin, please don't reject it. There are too many of us. We need someone in command. I have no objections to you being the leader." "That's right. I have no objections either." "We'll have to trouble Master Gorlin then," Lord Yang smiled and said. Gorlin sighed. Since Lord Yang had asked him personally, he couldn't reject it anymore. He nodded with resolution and said, "All right, I'll accept it." Then, he teased himself, "I'm afraid that I might cut short my lifespan after forming these two arrays." Ha ha ha! Everyone burst out laughing. "I'll ask His Majesty to record your meritorious deeds after this battle ends. I'll also ask His Majesty for some longevity spiritual herbs for Master Gorlin to make dawn." Lord Yang laughed along. "I don't deserve such divine herbs." Gorlin shook his head. Everyone laughed and chatted for some time, the atmosphere easing up a little. After that, the intense preparation work for the rune array started. More work was needed to form two arrays, but time was extremely tight. All the runemasters left the central command building and started surveying the site to choose the spot for the lightning rod. On the surface, Star Maple City seemed normal. But it had already entered an emergency alert state. No suspicious person could enter the city anymore. The runemasters didn't cause any commotion either. Everything was done secretly to prevent any unwanted attention. The runemasters finally settled on the spots for the 12 lightning rods. Then, the blacksmiths started forging the rods fervently. The runemasters weren't the only ones who came. The blacksmiths and the alchemists came too. They were all preparing for the war secretly. Wang Ting followed Gorlin to a huge underground smithery room in Star Maple City. The moment they came out of the lift, heat waves splashed against their bodies. Loud clangs shook their eardrums without stopping. Chapter 442. Forging lightning rods was the first step to creating the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. It was an important step too. When making the lightning rods, both the blacksmith and the runemaster must be present. The runemasters would carve the runes on the rod when it was almost completed. Master Gorlin and the other runemasters came to the underground smithery room for this. Wang Ting followed them out of the lift and walked towards the knocking sounds and heat waves. The other younger generations didn't come. Wang Ting had come up with the lightning fire double array and gained recognition for his rune mastery. That was why he was allowed to come and observe. As they came closer, the temperature became higher. After some time, a breathtaking scene appeared in front of Wang Ting's eyes. Lava flowed on the ground and fire rose into the air. Many pillars more than 10 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter were suspended in the air by black chains. They were red from all the burning. Muscular figures stood on the scorching hot round pillars and knocked the pillars continuously with the giant hammers in their hands. Sparks flew everywhere. The figures were perspiring profusely. They bathed in the flames as they forged, seemingly unafraid of the heat. Down! Suddenly, a deep and strong voice echoed in the room. A person standing on one of the pillars leaped down. The round pillar plunged straight into the lava below, along with the clanging of the chains. Slash! Fire spurted straight to the roof. Impressive! They must be master-level blacksmith. Wang Ting was lost in wonder. As he gasped emotionally, his gaze was attracted by the attribute bubbles around the blacksmith. He picked them up. All the attribute bubbles flew into his arms. Smithery *68 Smithery *102 Spiritual Realm Spirit *60 Smithery *120 Spiritual Realm Spirit *82 Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. Smithery +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Then, his blacksmith level seemingly, probably achieved a breakthrough accidentally. Blacksmith. 322/3000 Master Blacksmith. Wang Ting felt incredibly proud of himself now. He couldn't help but glance at the blacksmiths, who were furiously wielding their muscular arms on the round pillars. Fortunately, he didn't look like that. He would go crazy otherwise. Besides Smithery, there were many spiritual realm spirit attributes too. All the master-level characters experienced changes to their spirit. They were all in the spiritual realm. However, Wang Ting knew that not everyone who reached the spiritual realm spirit would have spiritual power. That depended on talent. It went without saying that he was a talented child. No one could deny that. Spirit. 720/1000 Emperor Realm. Wang Ting looked at his spirit attribute. It was getting closer and closer to the peak of the Emperor Realm. His eyes shone. He was highly anticipating what the next realm would be. The figure who leaped down the round pillar walked over and said, "You're here." Master Opal, Gorlin and the Runemasters stepped forward and greeted him. "This lightning rod is completed. You can carve the runes on it soon." Master Opal was a dwarf. His hair and beard were plaited into multiple braids. He pointed to the round pillar in the lava as he spoke. Gorlin nodded and asked, "Who's willing to go?" "I'll do it," Master Carl replied instantly. Soon, the round pillar was lifted, bringing a huge splash of lava and flames with it. The body was entirely red, and it was burning hot. Carl rose into the air indifferently, unaffected by the heat. He took out a special rune pen and started carving on the pillar. Purple glow shone around the rune pen. Every time he moved it, a rune would be carved on the pillar. Master Carl was extremely careful. Hence, he slowly moved his pen stroke by stroke. The other pillars were finished one by one. They proceeded to the carving stage too. The Runemasters kept themselves busy as they started carving. While they were working hard, attribute bubbles dropped from their bodies. Wang Ting picked everything up cheerfully. Rune knowledge *36 Spiritual Realm Spirit *12 Spiritual Realm Spirit *8 Rune knowledge *25 Rune knowledge *30 Wang Ting's Runemaster level and his Spiritual Realm Spirit were slowly increasing. Gorlin and the others didn't know that Wang Ting had reached the master level and his skills were better than some of the Runemasters present. Hence, they didn't ask him to carve the runes personally. After all, much time was required to forge one lightning rod. No mistakes were allowed. In summary, they still thought Wang Ting was too young. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He was happy to be free. He didn't need to do anything and could still pick up attribute. How wonderful was that? Within a single day, 12 lightning rods were all completed, right on schedule. No accidents happened. It was hard for any accidents to happen, though, since the masters were there. Very soon, it was dinner time. Wang Ting and the other runemasters walked out of the underground smithery room. Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang were waiting for them. They asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Fortunately, we didn't disappoint you," Gorlin replied with a smile. Yin Tongfang heaved a huge sigh of relief. "That's great. The first step is successfully completed. This is a good start. You must be tired. Have your dinner quickly," Lord Yang reminded everyone. The next day, all the runemasters started carving the rest of the 1,000 Thunder Annihilation array in the Star Maple City. Gorlin split the city into different areas and assigned one to each runemaster. Then, he said to Wang Ting, "I'll let you handle the E-wood melting fire array. Can you do that?" "Me?" Wang Ting had been in a relaxed state all this while, so when he suddenly heard his master passing the mission of creating the entire E-wood melting fire array to him, he was dumbstruck. The disciples of the runemasters had tagged along this time. They were also astounded. He was passing the E-wood melting fire array to Wang Ting? Master Gorlin was so biased towards his disciple. "Master Gorlin, isn't that a little inappropriate?" Master Carl and the other runemasters were hesitant. "It's alright. In the past, Wang Ting helped me complete the 8-Dragon Ablaze Dragon Array. The E-wood melting fire array is around the same difficulty level. I believe that he can do it," Gorlin replied. "He helped you to complete the 8-Dragon Ablaze Dragon Array." Everyone stared at Wang Ting in shock. They were all at the master level, but why was Gorlin's disciple so exceptionally outstanding? The younger generation of runemasters was stunned. Wang Ting's rune mastery had already reached that stage. "Also, let's allow the disciples to participate. There won't be enough time for Wang Ting to complete the array alone," Gorlin added. Master Cha Shu smiled bitterly. "I'm afraid that they will mess up and waste this ingenious double array plan. We should give the young people some chances," Gorlin urged. "Alright, let them try. We can clean up their mess anyway." Master Carl gritted his teeth. The runemaster's disciples were excited. It would be a rare experience for them if they were able to complete the E-wood melting fire array. They thought that their masters wouldn't let them go easily, but they actually agreed in the end. However, the moment they remembered that they had to listen to Wang Ting's command, their gazes flickered, a competitive spirit rising in them. Chapter 443: An Emotionless Correcting Machine. Gorlin departed after he handed over the task to Wang Ting, leaving him with the younger generation of runemasters. Wang Ting looked at the arrogant and unyielding bunch of people in front of him and felt a headache. These people were all talented individuals since they were able to become master stage runemasters' disciples. They were obedient in front of their masters, but that didn't mean they would listen to Wang Ting. At this moment, everyone stood quietly at the same spot, waiting to see what Wang Ting would do. Wang Ting remained expressionless. He said in an indifferent tone, "I don't care what you're thinking, but since the masters asked me to take charge, you will have to listen to me." Everyone gave a look of disdain when they heard this. This fellow was daring. Who did he think he was to ask them to listen to him? "Those that are unwilling can step out," Wang Ting said. And Iwan Guang was unhappy. He wanted to say something, but another young man beside him pulled him back. The young man shook his head at him. Although the others were unconvinced, they didn't voice out. "What a pity!" Wang Ting waited for a moment before shaking his head in disappointment. Everyone was speechless. Did he think they were stupid? Who couldn't tell that this was an obvious trap? And Ai Wenguang's expression changed. He glared at Wang Ting furiously. He almost stepped out. This fellow was waiting for them to kick up a fuss. What an evil guy! Since there's no objection, you can start moving. Everyone will be in charge of a certain area. Start creating the E-wood melting fire array now. Wang Ting glanced at everyone before continuing in an icy tone. The array is crucial. If anyone makes a mistake because of carelessness, I will kick you out of the team without any mercy. Everyone got nervous. How domineering! Wang Ting added, I'm a narrow-minded person. If you make things difficult for me, I'll do the same to you. I don't mind if you say I'm abusing my power to get even with you because that is the truth. But I wonder what your masters would think if they learned you got kicked out of the team. The rune masters' expressions changed. Wang Ting had hit their soft spot. These talented rune masters weren't afraid of anyone except their masters. If their masters knew that they were chased out of the team, they would go hard on them. Threat. This was a direct threat. This fellow was shameless. He didn't even blink when he said that he would abuse his power to get even on them. Why wasn't he going by the book? They were indignant and unconvinced, but they couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. Well, unless they left voluntarily. Obviously, no one wanted to give this chance up. Many of them frowned. Unknowingly, they seemed to have entered Wang Ting's trap. They felt exasperated under Wang Ting's cold and distant gaze. In the end, they had no choice but to start working obediently. They started creating the array under Wang Ting's lead. Seriously, this is a piece of cake. Wang Ting pouted. These talented rune masters just lacked a beating. After trampling them for some time, they would become obedient. He didn't act personally and used the young rune masters as manual labor. He pushed them hard. Be quick. Why are you so slow? Did you learn the basics properly? How can you call yourselves talent when you're so slow? When carving runes, you have to be stable and fast. Do you understand? Who is that? An Iwan Guang, right? Is your rune knowledge taught by a blacksmith? Anger appeared on the talented young runemaster's face. He bellowed, Wang Ting, how dare you humiliate my master? Bullshit, when did I do that? I'm humiliating you, Wang Ting replied calmly. You, and Iwan Guang was so angry he wanted to vomit blood. This bastard was targeting him on purpose. The others felt like laughing, but they couldn't. If they did, it would encourage Wang Ting's arrogance. Their faces looked strange as they tried to suppress their laughter. But this fellow was a weird guy. What about me? Your 16th rune is wrong. This is such a simple thing. Why do you need me to remind you? Wang Ting pointed at his nose and scolded him. Nonsense, how can I be wrong? And Iwan Guang looked at his 16th rune instinctively. His expression changed, turning ugly. He did make a mistake. The others were astounded when they saw this scene. It looked like an Iwan Guang did make a mistake. The unfortunate thing was, Wang Ting saw it. This was embarrassing. Change it quickly. Are you waiting for me to teach you? Wang Ting glanced at him in contempt from the corner of his eyes. And Iwan Guang didn't say anything. The mistake made him unable to raise his head. He didn't have the confidence to speak further, so he looked down hastily and changed the rune. The atmosphere turned tense. The other rune masters became more cautious, but they were still too young. Also, this was their first time arranging a large-scale array, so it was normal to make mistakes. Who is that? The 7th rune below you. Wang Ting's voice was heard again. The person who got called froze for a moment. Then, he pondered and started correcting the rune silently. That one with a ponytail beside him. You look good, but your brain must be muddled. You made 3 mistakes. The 15th, 23rd, and 26th rune. Change it. Wang Ting sat cross-legged at the side. He opened a bag of chips he had bought on Earth and started eating it out of boredom. His voice would occasionally ring out. Everyone had been called, some even more than once. No one had the heart to laugh at other people anymore. After all, they were all the same. They had no right to laugh at others. At the same time, they were mind-blown. Wang Ting was scary. He seemed to have memorized all the runes and was able to point out everyone's mistakes. They even suspected that if he was asked to make the Ewood melting fire array alone, he would be able to finish it without any difficulty. But how was that possible? He was at most an advanced stage runemaster. How could he create such a large array? Yet, the truth was laid out in front of them. Wang Ting was even more outstanding than they expected. This was a huge stimulation to the talented young runemasters. They started questioning their lives, and there was no more competitiveness in them. Wang Ting kept pointing out their mistakes and urging them. All their efforts were used to tackle their task. They felt that he was even more strict and stern than their masters. This lad was an emotionless correcting machine. They complained in their hearts, a tinge of fear appearing in their eyes. This is so scary. They weren't from the same world. Was Wang Ting an old demon wearing the clothes of a young man? For the entire day, the young disciples lived in a nightmare. They felt the fear of being controlled by a correcting machine. But the result wasn't bad. They had completed more than a third of the array. Towards the end, the young runemasters hastened their pace, and became more efficient after they got used to Wang Ting pressurizing them. As expected of talent, it looks like I can increase the pressure on them tomorrow. Wang Ting touched his chin and wondered to himself. Chapter 444. I Can Try. The young runemasters didn't hear Wang Ting's thoughts, but they unconsciously shuddered. They felt an evil aura engulfing them. They gathered together and started discussing in low voices, occasionally glancing at Wang Ting. It was obvious that they were talking about him. These talented young runemasters rarely had any interactions, but they were now bonded by a common hatred for a common enemy. And Iwan Guang, I think you shouldn't argue with him. Wang Ting is a devil. That's right. His rune mastery is at a frightening level. I can't imagine how he did it. I heard my master saying that Master Gorlin's rune mastery is higher than him. I didn't expect his disciple to be so powerful too. Like master, like disciple. And Iwan Guang, don't fight with him. You can't win. And Iwan Guang didn't feel good. He still didn't like Wang Ting, but he knew his limits. He honestly didn't plan to fight with Wang Ting anymore. He knew that he would just be bringing humiliation to himself if he did. Unfortunately, that bastard didn't want to let him go. He always reprimanded him. That was still all right. The infuriating thing was, his tone was worse compared to when he was speaking to the others. The other runemasters realized this too. They felt lucky that they didn't offend Wang Ting in the past. This person was truly narrow-minded. At this moment, Master Gorlin and the other masters dragged their exhausted bodies and walked over from afar. Master Carl immediately asked, "How's the formation of the E-wood melting fire array?" Everyone replied honestly, "It's slightly more than a third completed? Are you kidding me?" The master stage runemasters were all in disbelief. The young runemasters felt frustrated. They got tormented by Wang Ting and had put in so much effort to get this result. In the end, their masters suspected them. Master Carl's disciple was a goblin too. He was short and his temper was just like his master's. He jumped up instantly and pointed at the area they had completed. "Master, if you don't believe us, you can inspect it yourself." Oh! The runemasters were surprised. These young fellows seemed confident. Were they telling the truth? However, this didn't make sense. The E-wood melting fire array might not be as difficult as the 1000 thunder annihilation array, but it was a large-scale array too. These young lads completed more than a third of it in one day. It seemed impossible no matter how they looked at it. They walked over in confusion and amazement. The master stage runemasters observed the runes in that area. They got more and more astounded. Good riddance. They had really completed more than a third of it. Even more, there weren't any mistakes. The completion rate was extremely high. When did these brats become so incredible? You did well. Master Cha Shu complimented them. I told you to give the young men some chances. Gorlin stroked his beard and smiled. The other runemasters nodded in approval. They gave their disciples a look of satisfaction. The bitterness in the hearts of the young runemasters disappeared instantly. They puffed up their chest and felt exhilarated. It was as if they were finally able to hold up their heads. How did you do this? There isn't a single mistake at all, Master Carl asked curiously. The young runemasters fell silent. They turned and looked at Wang Ting in unplanned unison. Huh! Their masters were puzzled. They glanced at Wang Ting and asked, "Why are you all looking at him?" Master Carl's disciple gritted his teeth and explained what had happened to them. "I see." Cha Shu gave a forced smile. "I thought you had improved." "Humph, I knew it. If these young lads were so powerful, I wouldn't be having a headache because of them." Master Carl glared at his disciple and scoffed. "Master, I worked hard too." Master Carl's disciple argued angrily. Just as the master and disciple were about to start quarreling, Master Cha Shu stopped them quickly and said to Gorlin, "Master Gorlin, you have groomed an outstanding disciple. We'll have to rely on him to take care of our good-for-nothing disciples for the rest of the array formation." "You're flattering him. Instead of taking care of them, Wang Ting can have some exchanges and mutual learning with your disciples," Gorlin replied humbly. "Yes, please don't worry. We'll have exchanges and mutual learning with one another," Wang Ting agreed. The Run Masters immediately had a better impression of Wang Ting. They started throwing all kinds of praises and compliments at him. At this moment, Wang Ting became other people's kid again. The faces of the young Run Masters were as black as the bottom of a pot, especially when they saw Wang Ting acting all humble and courteous. They gritted their teeth angrily. Hypocritical. Exchanges and mutual learning? Had he forgotten how he pressurized and humiliated them? Bastard. In the next 2 days, everyone made the best use of their time to create the 2 arrays. Things were going smoothly for the Master Stage Run Masters. However, they went for quality, so the progress was a little slow. On the other hand, the speed on Wang Ting's side was astonishing. On the 3rd night, they had completed all the carvings of the runes for the E-wood melting fire array. Everything was smooth and there were no mistakes. Wang Ting didn't move his hands at all during the process. He just used his mouth. Of course, the young Run Masters weren't weak, and their mastery wasn't low. If Wang Ting was given a bunch of beginner-stage Run Masters, he wouldn't be able to rely solely on his mouth. The young Run Masters finally acknowledged Wang Ting's ability. This fellow was irritating, but his skills were undeniable. They improved greatly after following Wang Ting for the past few days. One could say that they owed it to him. Currently, everyone was having a meeting in the meeting room. Yin Tongfang and the other martial warriors understood the situation and felt happy and worried at the same time. "Master Gorlin, can we speed up the formation of the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array?" Lord Yang asked. "We're afraid that there will be mistakes if we pick up the pace." Before Gorlin could open his mouth, Master Cha Shu replied to him after some hesitation. "Indeed. We're in the crucial stage where we are carving the core of the array. If we hasten the process, I'm afraid we might waste all our efforts." Gorlin gave a bitter smile. "Why don't we let Wang Ting join in?" Master Carl suddenly suggested. Everyone was shocked. They glanced at Master Carl before turning to look at Wang Ting. Wang Ting was stunned. He just completed the E-wood melting fire array. Why were they throwing the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array to him now? These people sure had high hopes for him. We all know who should get the credit for the completion of the E-wood melting fire array. I feel that his mastery level is enough for him to make the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array, Master Carl said. Gorlin contemplated for a second before asking, "Wang Ting, are you confident?" Everyone looked at him in anticipation. Wang Ting scanned the crowd, lamenting that he was born to be a workaholic. Then, he slowly nodded. "I can try." Chapter 445. A huge blow to their hearts. "I can try." These 3 words gave no certainty, but when they saw Wang Ting's calm face, they chose to believe him. Even the Master Stage Run Masters had great expectations for this young man. He had already used his actions to prove his ability. He had proposed the Lightning Fire Double Array, and led the formation of the E-wood Melting Fire Array. These 2 events were enough to prove his skills. In that case, we'll allow Wang Ting to join the Masters in completing the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array. Lord Yang concluded. Then, he said to Wang Ting, "Wang Ting, thanks for your hard work. You're being too polite." Wang Ting nodded. "I'll do my best." The young runmasters were stunned for a few seconds before revealing envy. This fellow got invited into the runmasters' team and had the opportunity to work with them. They were from the same generation, but Wang Ting was already ahead of them. It was frustrating. "Master, what about us?" And Iwan Guang couldn't control himself and asked. The other young runmasters also stared at their masters hopefully. They wanted to join in too. Even if they were only there to observe, it was better than being rejected entirely. "You!" Master Donggua glared at him in contempt. He snorted and replied, "Don't you know your limits?" The corners of their lips twitched, and their faces turned warm. Although Master Donggua's response was merciless, it was the truth. They were honestly a little weak. And Iwan Guang turned green and white in anger and embarrassment. He turned and wanted to find someone to help him, but he realized that those idiots had already retracted their hopeful gazes and were looking at the ceiling nonchalantly. It was as if this had nothing to do with them. F***K. Ungrateful fellows. And Iwan Guang felt awkward, so he remained quiet. There was bitterness and resentment in his eyes. After the meeting ended, Wang Ting got dragged by the runmasters to discuss the arrangement of the next rune carving. After many rounds of discussions, they only had less than 2 days before the battle. The dark apparitions wouldn't attack them right on time. They must finish their preparations before that and give ample time for emergency responses. If they didn't, unpredictable changes might occur. And Iwan Guang and the other young runmasters watched Wang Ting getting pulled away right in front of them. On the other hand, no one cared about them. They stood on the spot and felt gloomy and forlorn. The runmasters only rested for 2 to 3 hours. They prepared to continue working at night. Wang Ting had no choice but to accompany the bunch of old people to work in the dark. It was miserable. They arrived at the southwest side of Star Maple City and divided the work. Then, they immediately started carving in the runes in this part of the city. The runmasters executed all their methods, resplendent glows shimmering in the night sky. Multiple runes appeared under their hands and got imprinted on the ground. Close to 20 runmasters worked at the same time. It was a rare scene. Wang Ting didn't waste time. He took a deep breath and turned grim. Then, he placed the rune pen on the ground and started twirling it around. The runmasters had their own tasks, but they still diverted a bit of attention to observe Wang Ting. When they saw Wang Ting's skilled moves and his stable posture, they knew that they were overthinking. There was no doubt of his impressiveness, and his ability was even more worth acknowledging. Gorlin smiled, feeling delighted and satisfied. With a disciple like Wang Ting, he managed to earn much respect and honor from the other runmasters. The next morning, everyone stopped what they were doing and sighed in relief. The runmasters looked at the progress of their own work before looking at their companions. They exchanged zones and proceeded with the last step, correction. Their method was exactly the same as how Wang Ting had guided the young runmasters. Even these master stage runmasters couldn't guarantee that they wouldn't make mistakes. Before the array was completed, there was still time for them to rectify the errors. If they waited until the array was finished, it would be too late. The array was a whole, and a single change would affect the entire thing. Any small mistakes could have unbearable consequences. The collapse of the array would cause a backlash to the runmasters who would host the array. Hence, they were extremely careful. After they rectified one another's mistakes, everyone came to the area where Wang Ting was at. A group of people gathered around him. Wang Ting. He was given key attention. He didn't know if he should laugh or cry. These masters didn't trust him at all. But he didn't mind. He would admit defeat if they were able to find any mistake. The runmasters gathered here to inspect Wang Ting's carving with the intention of making up for his deficiencies. Yet, in the end, they realized something incredible. Their expressions turned grave. "This is..." Master Carl's eyes lit up. he praised. "The carving skills are exquisite. There are no mistakes at all. This is amazing. He has probably exceeded my level of mastery." Master Cha Shu exclaimed in surprise. He was flabbergasted. They complimented Wang Ting while carefully observing all the runes. In the end, they realized that there were no errors. This patch of runes was frighteningly perfect. A bunch of 100-year-old runemasters exchanged glances with one another in disbelief. They had lost their ability to speak for a moment. One word popped out in their minds. Monster. Wang Ting, what is your runemaster level now? Gorlin took a deep breath and asked. I don't know. Master, I haven't done any tests. Wang Ting pretended to be oblivious. Really? Gorlin nodded. At this moment, Master Carl asked, I saw that the runes you carved are perfect. Have you carved them before? Never. The 1,000 Thunder Annihilation Array is terrifying. I won't have the chance to touch it normally. Wang Ting shook his head. Master Carl also knew that he had asked a stupid question, so he froze for a moment and shook his head. This is seriously. He couldn't find any words to describe Wang Ting's result. You did well, even better than us, Gorlin said with a bitter smile. He was much more straightforward than others. Really? Master, don't scare me. I'm just trying my best to carve these runes properly. Wang Ting was delighted, but on the surface, he replied to his master in profound respect and humility. Trying your best? Everyone smiled and shook their heads. He surpassed them just by trying his best. The master stage runemasters felt a huge blow to their hearts. He was being humble, but it sounded so infuriating when Wang Ting said it. Your rune skills have improved greatly. I suspect that you have advanced to the master stage, Gorlin said sternly. Master level? Master, are you sure? Wang Ting asked in bewilderment. He looked at everyone's sincere expressions and immediately felt that his acting skills had improved. This was great. Chapter 446. Wang Ting, we are arch enemies. Wang Ting felt that he was a pure person. The acting skills he displayed occasionally were to protect himself. His character didn't change. Gorlin and the other runemasters felt the same way too. This child didn't even know how outstanding he was. Look, he didn't know what level he was at. That showed his pure thinking. Gorlin wanted to reply to Wang Ting's question, but Master Carl was more impatient than him. You must be at the master level. How can a normal runemaster carve this perfect rune? Master Gorlin, you're a lucky fellow. You managed to find an extremely gifted disciple. He stared at Gorlin, green with envy. He wished that he could snatch Wang Ting away. He didn't care if he could teach Wang Ting. As long as he was his disciple, it would be a much-told tale. The master and the disciples were both at the master level. How amazing it sounded! Unfortunately, he belonged to other people. Gorlin coughed awkwardly. Nothing is certain before the test. However, Master Carl, please don't look at me like this. I have no feelings towards you. Pfft! Wang Ting burst out laughing. He didn't expect his master to have this side to him. Also, the lethality of the words rose tremendously when spoken from the mouth of an elder with noble character and high prestige. The other runemasters laughed too. Master Carl's face turned black. He retorted, You old monk, do you think him an old virgin like you? I have many grandchildren under me. Wang Ting's expression turned weird, as if he had heard something incredible. He carefully glanced at his master. A hint of frost appeared around Master Gorlin. He gritted his teeth and said, Carl, I think you lack a beating. Humph, I'm not afraid of you. Master Carl was a little scared, but he put on a calm front and snorted softly. All right, stop quarreling. You've gone off topic. The other runemasters suppressed their laughter and mediated the dispute. They worked throughout the night and went back to rest for 3 hours. At 8 a.m., they got up for breakfast. All through the night, the young runemasters were worried that they had lost the love from their masters. Hence, when they woke up and realized that their masters were all exceptionally enthusiastic towards Wang Ting, they felt even worse. They wanted to greet their masters, but no one cared about them. They were all gathered around Wang Ting, as if he was their personal disciple. The young runmasters stood there in silent misery. What on earth was going on? In one night, they lost their master's love. They felt as helpless as an abandoned stray dog. They sat in a corner and ate their breakfast. While eating, they kept stealing glances at the opposite table. All the runmasters were happily chatting with Wang Ting. The atmosphere was harmonious. They whispered to one another and gritted their teeth. Their resentment towards Wang Ting kept increasing. "Who's cursing me?" Wang Ting suddenly sneezed thrice. He was confused. After breakfast, the masters continued carving runes. They worked from dawn till night, and the day passed quickly. Finally, at 5 a.m. the next day, all the runes for the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array were finished. A hint of sunrise gradually rose above the horizon. The sun sprinkled its light on the city. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The master stage runemasters glanced at one another and smiled. They might be more experienced, but they still felt a sense of satisfaction. The Thousand Thunder Annihilation array was finally completed. All they had to do was wait for the dark apparitions to walk to their death. Wang Ting smiled gently. Then, he opened his mouth and said, "Masters, elders, the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array is completed. There's nothing for me to do here. I have a mission, so I'll make a move first." "What? You still have a mission?" Master Carl exclaimed in surprise. "That's not right. It's too dangerous. You're the rising star in the rune world. You mustn't take risks." Master Cha Shu shook his head furiously. The other rune masters agreed and persuaded him against leaving. After this cooperation, all the masters acknowledged Wang Ting's atrocious rune potential. They cherished him from the bottom of their hearts, so they were unwilling to let him take any risks. Wang Ting was caught between laughter and tears. He didn't expect this to happen. He was thankful for the runemaster's love. However, besides being a runemaster, he was also a martial warrior. He couldn't hide behind others like a turtle in its shell. "Elders, I'm thankful for your kind thoughts. However, I'm a martial warrior and am part of Earth's troop. You don't want me to be an army deserter, right?" Wang Ting said. "Don't worry. Well, speak to General Dan and persuade her not to let you on the battlefield." Master Carl patted his chest and promised confidently. "All right, Wang Ting has his own path. Let him make his own choices." Gorlin spoke up at this moment. Since Wang Ting's master had spoken, the others had no right to say anything. The persuasions at the tip of their lips never came out of their mouth. They sighed and shook their heads. "All right, young people like you do have to walk your own path," Master Carl said helplessly. "Thank you." Wang Ting bowed at them. Then, he looked at Gorlin and said, "Master, I'm leaving. Go ahead." Gorlin smiled. Wang Ting didn't say much. He rose into the air, and turned into a ray of light as he soared through the sky and shot towards the horizon. "Gorlin, you will regret it if something happens to Wang Ting." Master Cha Shu sighed. "I believe him," Gorlin replied with a smile. "I don't know where you get your confidence from. You have such a great disciple. If any mishaps happen, you will have no tears to cry." Carl scoffed. Gorlin smiled and remained silent. "Anyway, we're fortunate to have Wang Ting with us. If not, the last part of the carving wouldn't have gone so smoothly," Cha Shu suddenly lamented. The other runemasters nodded, sighing emotionally. When Nai Guang and the other young men woke up, they realized that Wang Ting was gone. Once the irritating figure could no longer be seen beside their masters, they felt invigorated. They walked to their masters obediently and asked, "Master, where is that fellow?" "What fellow?" "Wang Ting." "Wang Ting is Wang Ting. Why are you calling him that fellow? Where are your manners? Look at Wang Ting and then look at yourself. You're occupied with nothing, and your rune mastery is unbearable. How can you have the face to appear in front of me?" A bucket of cold water doused the happiness of the young runemasters. They welcomed the scoldings from their masters in a daze. What just happened? Why were they getting scolded? Wang Ting was already gone, so why was his shadow still lingering above them? The young runemasters were confused, feeling exasperated. The hatred towards that fellow shot right up. Wang Ting were arch enemies from now on. Chapter 447. My dad hadn't agreed. The Black Sparrow troop was stationed at the edge of the forest. For the past few days, Kong Li, Yuan Xian, and the other martial warriors waited for the commencement of the battle and cultivated relationships with their Gale Wolves. Only 1/3 of the 3 teams had Gale Wolves. Wang Ting's team was the only one where every member had a Gale Wolf. Kong Li and the others were envious but helpless. There was nothing they could do. When Wang Ting wasn't around, Ice Wind and Black Widow followed his orders and conducted the training, allowing the other team members to forge a close tie with their Gale Wolves quickly. These Gale Wolves were wild and hard to tame, but they didn't dare to make any trouble because Wang Ting had left some wisps of Wolf King rain behind. They could only cooperate obediently with the soldiers. Dan Taishan visited the camp today. She was surprised by the Gale Wolves' performances. How did he do it? She was puzzled. Although she had a wide range of experience, she still didn't know the reason behind it. Wang Ting said that he had killed the Wolf King, so the Gale Wolves listened to him. She didn't believe any of it. That young lad has many secrets. Dan Taishan smiled to herself. She was curious, but she didn't intend to probe further. There were many interesting things in the martial arts era. Everyone had their little secret. While she was thinking, she suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. He's back. Indeed, after a few moments, a figure flew down and landed in front of her. Master! Wang Ting greeted her. You're a busy person. Dan Taishan teased him. Sigh, your disciple is too outstanding. Without me, the array wouldn't have been completed in time. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. I was just flattering you, but you started praising yourself. Dan Taishan rolled her eyes at him. Wang Ting chuckled. From your expression, there's nothing wrong with the array, right? Yes. Both arrays are done. You do have some skills in runes. Dan Taishan raised her eyebrows and sighed. They exchanged a few words before Wang Ting walked over to Kong Li and greeted her. Where have you been for the past few days? Kong Li asked him curiously. Star Maple City. As expected. The others shared the same thought when they looked at one another. They had overheard the conversation between Wang Ting and Dan Taishan just now, so they guessed the gist of it. However, since Wang Ting didn't go into details, they didn't ask either. After exchanging greetings, Wang Ting finally arrived in front of his team. Leader! Ice Wind and Black Widow saluted. You did well while I was away. Wang Ting complimented when he saw the state of his subordinates and the Gale Wolves. It's all thanks to your control over them. Without it, it would be hard to suppress these wolves, Ice Wind said, refusing to take the credit. The Gale Wolves howled in low tones as if agreeing with what Ice Wind said. Evil humans. They would have run away if it wasn't for fear of him taking revenge. Wang Ting smiled, looking at the Gale Wolves kindly. Sob. Immediately, all the Gale Wolves shuddered. They whined pitifully and laid on the ground, pretending to be dead. At night, the stars and moon hung high in the sky, and occasional insect chirps resounded in the forest around them. Besides that, there were no other noises. It was exceptionally quiet. Dan Taishan had blocked this entire zone. Any sounds they made in this area wouldn't spread to the other parts. Everyone sat in a circle with a bonfire burning in the middle. Wang Ting took out some star beast meat and barbecued it above the fire. He smiled and said, The dark apparitions are coming soon. The war might start tomorrow, so let me make dinner for you guys. I hope that everyone can have a good meal. Ice Wind and the other team members were elated. They had witnessed Wang Ting making a force dish before. That fragrance was lethally enticing. They were surprised when Wang Ting said he was cooking for them, but they were secretly anticipating it too. Is your food edible? Don't try to deceive us with some weird dishes. Kong Li glanced at him suspiciously from the corner of her eyes. Niuli and Yuan Xian didn't believe him either. Yuan Xian even took out his dried food and started munching it. He scorned Wang Ting's cooking. Ice Wind and his teammates looked at Yuan Xian strangely. They wondered if Major Yuan would regret his actions after their leader finished cooking. You don't have to eat it if you don't believe me, Wang Ting replied nonchalantly. I only make food for those who trust me. Humph, how conceited, Kong Li replied in disdain. Dan Taixian sat cross-legged on the crown of the big tree above them. She didn't participate in their interaction. Looking at the moon and listening to the laughter below, her gaze seemed sad and forlorn. After some time, her nose twitched. She smelled a strong fragrance. She looked down in surprise. At the same time, Kong Li had already forgotten what she had said. She stared at the golden piece of barbecued meat in Wang Ting's hand and pounced on it. She wanted to snatch it from him. Her saliva was already dripping down the edge of her lips. Sigh, didn't you say that you want to eat my weird dishes? Wang Ting dodged and teased her. Give it to me. Kong Li was furious. She pursued him relentlessly. This is a weird dish. You will die from eating it. Wang Ting ran around the crowd. The fragrance spread throughout the air, attracting everyone's gaze. While running, he took a huge bite of the meat and chewed it with gusto. He seemed to be savoring the dish. Kong Li was indignant. Are you going to give it to me? If you don't, I will. What will you do? Wang Ting stopped and smiled at her. I'll cry. After Kong Li finished her sentence, she pouted. She did seem to be on the verge of tears. Wang Ting. You're so fake. You're an iron lady. Why are you acting all delicate? Everyone knows your character. What's the point of doing this? Don't put on a show in front of me. If you cry, I'll call you mom. Wang Ting snorted. Pfft, why would I want to be your mom? I'm so young. How can I have such an old child like you? Kong Li rolled her eyes in anger. My dad won't agree, Wang Ting replied calmly. Ha ha ha. Niuli and the others couldn't hold in their laughter anymore. Amazing. Now you are making fun of me? Kong Li roared in anger. Then, she started chasing Wang Ting again. My master should have a taste first. There's no spot for you. Wang Ting arrived at the tree where Dan Taixian was at. He leaped and landed in front of Dan Taixian. As he passed the barbecued meat to her, he flattered her. Master, I made this for you. Dan Taixian gave him an ambiguous smile and took a bite of the meat. Her eyes lit up at once. She exclaimed in shock. Not bad, you've surpassed that fatty in school. Of course. I put in much effort to make a good meal for you, Wang Ting replied seriously. Humph, there's no way I'll believe you. Dan Taixian rolled her eyes. Chapter 448. Kill all of them. No one had anything to say about Wang Ting giving the first piece of meat to Dan Taixian. After all, she was his master. Kong Li was exasperated. She glared at Wang Ting as if she wanted to skin him alive. The greatest distance in the world wasn't between the sky and the earth. It was when you had good food in front of you, but you couldn't eat it. This was extremely cruel for a foodie. Kong Li had experienced Wang Ting's narrow-mindedness. She felt a sense of helplessness floating up in her heart. Wang Ting knew that she was a food lover. He wanted to laugh when he saw her hopeless expression. He shook his head and said helplessly, Don't worry. I'm making more meat. You will have your share. You said it. You must fill up my stomach. Kong Li felt refreshed when she saw the meat turning golden in front of her. She rubbed her stomach. Can you have some ambition? Wang Ting mocked her. Kong Li ignored him. She stared at the barbecued meat intently. Drips of golden fats fall into the flames and evaporate from the heat. Soon, another batch of fragrant meat was served fresh out of the flames. The skin was crispy and the meat was tender. Kong Li was swift. She grabbed a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth directly without worrying about the heat. "Oh my God! Wang Ting, your cooking skills are amazing!" she exclaimed in awe. The huge piece of meat entered her stomach without much chewing. "Now you know," Wang Ting said proudly. Kong Li gave him a thumbs up. She had no time to talk as she stuffed her mouth with meat again. "Wang Ting." Wang Ting shook his head and distributed the rest of the barbecued meat. Yuan Xian kept his dried rations silently and calmly took over the piece of meat given by Niuli. He ate it quietly. This was so delicious. There were many people, so Wang Ting barbecued 3 rounds of meat before everyone had the chance to have a taste of the force dish prepared by Force Chef Wang. Wang Ting looked at the satisfied expressions and felt that his efforts were worth it. Most people here never had the chance to eat a force dish prepared by a force chef master. Today, they finally got the opportunity and it was free to boot. They were delighted. Wang Ting even took out the delicious wine he got from the dwarves and had a few drinks with Kong Li and the others. "You have many good things. After the war ends, you must take them out and share them with me. It can be the repayment for all the free meals I gave you." Kong Li burped in satisfaction. Wang Ting smiled without replying to her. "If you can take it from me, I'll bow to you." They had their fill and extinguished the fire. Besides the glow from the moon and the stars, there was only darkness around them. Everyone was relaxed a moment ago, but they knew that after tonight, their life and death would be decreed by fate. They might not be able to enjoy the joy of life tomorrow. Waiting was torture. Coming events cast their shadows before them. Dark clouds enveloped the sky as if indicating the imminent arrival of a storm. The atmosphere was tense and depressing. Star Maple City. The entire city was frighteningly quiet. Time passed slowly as they waited. Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang stood on the roof of the Central Command building. They had been there since morning. They never left. At the edge of the forest, Dan Taixien stood on the crown of a huge tree with her hands behind her back. She watched Star Maple City from a distance quietly. She stood for the entire day. At the same, in many secluded spots around Star Maple City, numerous pairs of eyes were staring at Star Maple City in silence. Boom! An explosion suddenly resounded. "They're here." These 2 words immediately appeared in everyone's mind, and they tensed up. A storm was brewing in the sky. An invisible force was churning and tumbling the thick and dark clouds. Giant whirlpools were formed in the air. There were as many as 5 whirlpools. They were scattered above Star Maple City like 5 huge devil eyeballs peeking from another world. 5-dimensional rifts. Yin Tongfang and the people in Star Maple City turned grim as they stared at the 5 gigantic dimensional rifts in the sky. They were flabbergasted. Wang Ting saw this scene too. He muttered to himself gravely, "This is a large-scale attack." Beside him, Dan Taixien remained expressionless. She said coldly, "The human race will never have peace if the dark apparitions are still around." "Well, kill all of them then," Wang Ting replied unexpectedly. Dan Taixien was shocked for a moment. Then, she laughed like a maniac and said, "That's right, kill all of them." For some reason, Wang Ting started laughing too. They laughed like 2 mentally ill patients. Some distance away, Kong Li and the other martial warriors stared at the 2 of them in a daze. Were they mad? After a few seconds of laughing, Wang Ting stopped. He looked at the pitch-black holes that were widening continuously. He could almost see the numerous space attributes falling from the sky. He couldn't keep his excitement anymore, feeling restless. Before the dimensional rifts in the sky finished forming, a vibration came from the ground. In the distance, countless black figures rose from the ground. They surged towards Star Maple City from all directions like a tsunami. Roar! Howls that sounded like wild beasts resounded in the sky. The entire city seemed to be surrounded. There was nowhere to run. This was a painting of an apocalypse. When the dark apparitions were a few hundred meters away from the Star Maple City, Yin Tongfang took a deep breath and waved his hand. He commanded sternly, "Ignite!" Boom, boom, boom. Rounds of explosions sounded abruptly. A large number of dark apparitions got hit by the explosives and burst into pieces. Black blood splattered everywhere. However, these low-level dark apparitions weren't afraid of death. They continued scurrying forward like an army of ants. The explosions continued, clearing a massive portion of the dark apparitions at the forefront. A fracture appeared in their formation. They blocked them. Kong Li felt a little relieved. This is just the first wave. Yuan Xian shook his head. I know. However, it means that our preparations aren't useless. Well, give the dark apparitions a good lesson this time, Kong Li replied. A good start would boost the morale of the soldiers significantly. I suddenly realized that bombing is an art. Wang Ting touched his chin and receded into deep thought. Kong Li and the others almost fainted. Was this the time to talk about art? Wait, what kind of art was bombing? What strange thoughts did this fellow have all the time? The second wave is coming, Nioli suddenly said. Everyone looked at the city. Indeed, numerous dark apparitions were charging towards the city from the back. From afar, all one could see was a huge patch of black. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded immediately on the walls of Star Maple City. Rune weapons were being used to destroy the dark apparitions on a large scale. Normally, these weapons were kept away in the military city. Today, they finally had the chance to bare their fangs. Some of these weapons were secretly transported over from other military cities over the past few days. As a result, there were enough weapons. After one round of attacks, the next batch would take over seamlessly. No chances were given to the dark apparitions. Chapter 449. They are fighting for the human race. Cannons roared, and shrill and terrifying screams echoed throughout the city. The mutilated bodies of countless dark apparitions were littered on the flatlands. Black blood soaked into the ground and turned the soil dark. It was a ghastly sight. The dark apparitions continued advancing wave upon wave. They broke the first layer of defense by sheer numbers and continued closing in on Star Maple City. They didn't have a conscience. Their instinct was to follow orders and be the lowest form of being. They were always at the front line. Also, they were on the edge of life and death, so they were neither alive nor dead. To a human, their presence was hard to tackle. Behind the army of dark apparitions, many high-level dark apparitions were viewing the war nonchalantly. One of the vampire dark apparitions spread the wings behind his back and hover in mid-air. A frosty smile appeared at the edge of his lips. It looks like our spy failed. The humans are prepared. Humans are indeed useless. They can't be trusted. Another lofty and muscular giant apparition snorted in disdain. Hee, even if they are prepared, it won't change their fate. The entire city will be slaughtered by us. A crimson glow appeared in the vampire's eyes. His laughter was eerie. The giant apparition laughed too. He raised his head and looked at the 5-dimensional rifts in the sky. His expression was fanatical. The dimensional rifts are almost completed. The Sirs will dawn on this world soon. I heard that the Sir from Black Incubus Mountain is coming as well. The vampire dark apparition gave a repulsive smile. What? That Sir is coming too? The giant apparition's expression changed when he heard this frightening news. He was petrified. What are you afraid of? Will Sir attack you? The vampire dark apparition scoffed. The giant apparition felt awkward. He got terrified just from hearing the name of the Sir. How embarrassing! He touched his rough and bald head and laughed awkwardly. He tried to explain himself. I was shocked. I didn't know that Sir would come personally. We have been blocked at the other end of the dimensional rifts by these humans for many years. The Sirs above us are getting impatient. This time, we must destroy their military city and let these stupid humans know that we, the dark apparitions, can't be stopped, the vampire dark apparition said proudly. The giant apparition nodded. He seemed restless. Is it time for us to move? Let's wait a while longer. Let the low-level dark apparitions attack a few more rounds. I want to see how much longer humans can stop us. The vampire dark apparition shook his head. At the same time, Wang Ting said to Dan Taixian, based on what we have prepared, Star Maple City might not be able to resist for long. Dan Taixian turned somber. She nodded and replied, the dark apparitions have attacked in full fury. We have underestimated their determination. There was worry in her eyes. This situation was out of her expectation. Wang Ting remained quiet, staring intently at the battlefield in front. Yin Tongfang and Lord Yang stood on the roof of the Central Command building and looked at the endless swarm of dark apparitions closing in on the city. The defense arrays had been activated. They formed a sturdy and thick half-circle yellow shield protecting Star Maple City. The cannons continued firing. However, there were too many dark apparitions. They were like a mountain of ants. Many dark apparitions managed to evade the attacks of the cannons and arrived below the city. The low-level dark apparitions started attacking the defense shield, causing ripples to appear on the shield. They were too weak, so they couldn't break the defense instantly. Rows of soldiers gathered on the city walls with rune guns in their hands. They aimed at the vital spots of the dark apparitions and started raining bullets on them. As time went by, more and more dark apparitions managed to reach the city walls. The pressure on the defense shield intensified. Behind the swarm of dark apparitions, the vampire dark apparition smiled hideously. He licked his lips and smiled. Let's move. In a split second, multiple shadows shot out behind him, screams of excitement escaping from their mouths. Some flew in the air while others ran on the ground. They shot past the low-level dark apparitions, charged their way to the front at the speed of lightning, and hurled themselves at the defense shield like sharp spears. Atop the Central Command building, Yin Tongfang waved his hand down silently with a somber face. Boom, boom, boom. Kill! A cold bellow was heard. Many figures dashed out of Star Maple City and started fighting with the high-level dark apparitions. Force explosions occurred everywhere, the noise deafening. The human martial warriors had finally acted. In the forest, Wang Ting asked grimly, "Are we not moving?" "It's not time yet," Dan Taixian replied indifferently. Boom. The moment she finished speaking, a body fell from the sky. The person got drowned by the dark apparitions on the ground. Screams of agony penetrated the air before stopping within a second. That was a 5-star soldier-level human martial warrior. He was the first human martial warrior to be sacrificed in this war. After the first, there was the second. Death spread quickly. The high-level dark apparitions were more talented. Their battle power and physical condition surpassed their human counterparts. The humans knew this, but they remained fearless and embraced their deaths unflinchingly. They were fighting for the human race. Wang Ting stood at the crown of the tree and watched the battle from afar. Although his expression calmed down gradually, a malicious aura was building up in his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly. He wanted to help them right now. Even if he just killed one dark apparition, it would soothe the torment in his heart. But he knew that he must not move. They had been preparing for this day for a long time. If he moved, all their efforts would be in vain. Everyone was waiting. He wasn't the only one suffering. Actually, as soldiers, many people knew that they would die, yet they still fought at the front line. Were they stupid? Did they get brainwashed? No. They just hoped that in the future, their families wouldn't have to face this terrifying disaster. For their sake, they were willing to bear the implications, even if it cost them their lives. Boom. A loud explosion suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up. The 5-dimensional rifts seemed to have reached their limits and couldn't expand anymore. They started spinning slowly. The dimensional rifts were finished. Evil and sinister aura flowed out from the rifts, seeping into this world. Everyone seemed to have gone into a trance. They saw 5 massive pillars retracting, their positions coinciding with the 5-dimensional rift. "That's a hand!" Someone cried out in disbelief. His throat went dry. The dimensional rifts were formed by a hand. Who would have thought of that? Many people were terrified by the hand. They shuddered in fear. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He still remembered the crimson eye peeking through the dimensional rift, spying on the Xingwu continent from the other end during the invasion of dark apparitions in Yang City. At that time, a hand big enough to hold the sky had crossed the dimensional rift and saved the 8 Arms Devil General. Devil God! Wang Ting muttered to himself. Chapter 450. Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array, activate. Wang Ting didn't dare to imagine the despair of the humans when the Devil God landed in their world in the future. A peek of its eye was enough to let countless ordinary people, even martial warriors, lose their minds. It could form dimensional rifts with one hand and let multiple dark apparitions come to their world. Would humans be able to resist such a formidable presence? Fortunately, it currently wasn't able to move through worlds. Its body seemed too powerful for a normal dimensional rift to bear. Even so, everyone was still worried. They knew that one day the Devil God would come personally. At this moment, numerous dark apparitions appeared through the dimensional rift. They fell from the 5-dimensional rifts and landed above Star Maple City. They smashed on the defense shield like black shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. The figures crashed into the defense shield and caused loud collisions. Before this, cracks had already formed on the defense shield from the dark apparition's attack. Now, after getting smashed continuously, the cracks grew larger. The sound of glass breaking resounded, crisp and clear. "Retreat!" Yin Tongfang gave his command. His loud voice echoed in the entire city. The soldiers on the city walls immediately gathered in the center of the city when they heard this. Behind the low-level dark apparitions, the vampire dark apparition frowned. "What are they doing? Are they scared of us?" The giant apparition laughed happily. "Idiot!" The vampire scolded him secretly. He looked at Star Maple City in confusion. "I have a bad feeling. Don't worry. The Sirs are already here, and the defense shield of that military city is on the brink of collapsing. Soon it will break. The humans are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered," the giant apparition said. The vampire thought of something, and his expression eased a little. "This fellow is right. No matter how sly these humans are, once the Sirs arrive, they will have to die." He chased away the bad premonition in his heart and mocked himself for being too suspicious. When did he become like this? This wasn't like him. Fortunately, he didn't expose his thoughts. If not, that huge guy would laugh at him. "The Sirs are here. Let's make a move," the giant apparition said. The vampire nodded. He flapped the wings behind him and darted to the front. The giant apparition followed closely behind. Multiple dark apparitions with powerful auras appeared below the 5-dimensional rift. They came in different shapes and sizes. There were vampires, sheephead demons, lichens, and many more. The 8 Arms Devil General, who Wang Ting knew, was among them too. "Sirs, this is your chance to atone for your mistake. You must perform well." The sheephead dark apparition sniggered. "Humph!" Sirs snorted. He replied with contempt, "This is none of your business." The sheephead dark apparition, Sabah, sneered. Then, he turned serious and said, "The one from Black Incubus Mountain is on the way. Well, move out first. Let's not make a fool of ourselves in front of Sir." The hideous lichen dark apparition, Silly, smiled, revealing his eerie fangs. He said, "I can't wait. Let's have fun." The dark apparitions glanced at one another and laughed madly. Then, they charged towards the Star Maple City below. Boom, boom, boom. They didn't use any weapons and smashed into the defense shield using the strength of their bodies. Loud collisions were heard. Bang! The defense shield could no longer withstand the frightening attack. It collapsed instantly and shattered into numerous force shards. The shards scattered in the air and disappeared without a trace. The general stage dark apparitions laughed brutally. Kill! Kill all the humans! With a wave of their hands, swarms of low-level dark apparitions charged into Star Maple City. The dark apparitions wreaked havoc in the city. In a blink of an eye, they filled up the entire city and started looking for living creatures frantically. They destroyed anything that was in their path. The vampire dark apparition and the giant apparition hurried over and met up with the 8 Arms Devil General and the other dark apparitions in the air. Sir! The 2 dark apparitions kneeled and bowed respectfully at the general stage dark apparitions in front of them. Sabah, the sheephead dark apparition, glanced around him and frowned. I can't sense any human auras. The vampire dark apparition was shocked. He felt the same bad premonition that he had in the past. Sir, the humans were in the city a second ago. His face turned white as he replied agitatedly. So, where are they now? Sabah questioned. The vampire dark apparition's heart shuddered. He didn't have an answer. What happened? Speak the truth. Zers frowned and bellowed angrily. The humans seemed to have discovered our plan. Cold sweat dripped down the vampire's forehead. He was shivering. What about them? Sabah asked expressionlessly. They might have run away. The vampire dark apparition's tone carried uncertainty. He was still hopeful. If they wanted to run, they would have escaped a long time ago. Why will they wait for us to come? Before the Leakin dark apparition, Silly, could finish speaking, the other general stage dark apparitions grasped the situation. Oh shit! Retreat! In their haste, the general stage dark apparitions didn't have any time to think. They soared into the sky directly. Since you're here, please stay. Cold and menacing voices echoed from all around them. Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array, activate. After the shout landed, 12 purple rays shot into the sky from different corners of Star Maple City. Boom! The 12 lightning rods slowly rose, accompanied by loud booms. Bang! When the general stage dark apparitions tried to escape, they were suddenly blocked by an invisible force. Rune Array! Sabah's expression turned ugly. He stopped in midair and scanned his surroundings. There were 12 elders sitting on the 12 lightning rods. They stared fearlessly at the general stage dark apparitions. We will make sure you stay here forever, the master-level runemasters spoke coldly. Old fellow, you think you can keep us? Zers scoffed in disdain. Well, just break it. I don't believe that we can't destroy this stupid rune array. Silly cracked his neck and said viciously. Boom. At this moment, thunder boomed in the sky. Thick flashes of lightning shot down, splitting the air into different segments. They aimed right for the general stage dark apparitions, carrying formidable power with them. Lightning Element Array. The expressions on the general stage dark apparitions' faces changed. They instinctively chose to evade the bolts of lightning. The lightning struck the ground. The low-level dark apparitions on the ground weren't so lucky. A huge patch of them was cleared in an instant. All that was left were several large holes and the mutilated and burnt bodies around them. Damn it, it's a lightning array. The muscles on Sabah's face trembled. He felt a little fearful. Chapter 451. The general stage dark apparitions were stunned. Star Maple City had already turned into a battlefield. Waves and waves of dark apparitions swarmed into the city and caused massive destruction. However, they found no signs of humans. The humans had already left Star Maple City through the underground passageway. Only the 12 runemasters were left behind. They activated the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array and cleared the uncountable number of dark apparitions trapped in the city. Sabah and the other general stage dark apparitions were trapped too. They were evading the bolts of lightning raining down from the sky continuously. They never expected the humans to prepare this lightning element array. As dark apparitions, there were two forces they feared the most. One was the complete opposite of the dark force, the light force, while the other was the lightning force. Humans hadn't grasped the light force yet, but they knew many ways of using the lightning force. This lightning element rune was one of them. Furthermore, it was extremely powerful. Boom. At this moment, the general stage dark apparitions were having a hard time. Even though they were at the general stage, they didn't want to face the power of lightning. Fortunately, they were fast enough, so they were able to dodge the attacks all the time. But the low-level dark apparitions below weren't so lucky. A large portion of the low-level dark apparitions was chopped into pieces by the lightning and disappeared from the world. Damn it! The Leaken dark apparition was in a bedraggled state. Suddenly, his nose twitched as it smelled something burning. He turned around to take a look. He was only slightly slower just now, but he got burnt by the lightning. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This was so scary. Damn it, how did you plan this? Why is there such a huge loophole? You pushed us right into humans' trap. Sabah was burning in anger as he shouted at the vampire. Sir, I don't know how this happened either. The vampire was on the brink of tears. He felt frustrated and shook his head violently. He thought that with the general stage dark apparitions, the humans could only die. Even if they pulled some small stunts, it would be useless and wouldn't affect the result. He didn't expect the Sirs to get trapped as well. This was completely different from what he thought. Boom! A bolt of lightning shot directly at two dark apparitions. It squirmed through the sky like a silver snake, attempting to swallow them with its huge mouth. The vampire dark apparition was shocked. He turned fearful and wanted to dodge. Suddenly, someone grabbed his shoulder and lifted his body. No! He lowered his head and saw Sabah's indifferent face. He screamed in despair. Boom! The lightning struck his body. A silver glow flashed and swallowed him entirely. Useless! Sabah spat at the vampire. He looked away from the lightning above him and scanned the 12 runemasters. The heart of the array was the runemasters. If the runemasters were killed, the array wouldn't be a threat anymore. Kill them! Sabah shouted at the other general stage dark apparitions. Zers, Silly, and the other dark apparitions understood his intention. They immediately flew towards the runemasters. A sickle-shaped weapon appeared in his hand. He went forward and swung his weapon at the figure sitting on the pillar in front. That person was Gorlin. A black glow cut through the air and fired towards Gorlin. Gorlin's expression didn't change. He was extremely calm. He didn't move, but somehow, a bolt of lightning struck down and collided with the black blade glow. Boom! Force exploded, and the black blade glow disappeared without a trace. The residual force blew towards Gorlin. His hair flew messily in the wind, and the gown he was wearing fluttered loudly. Sabah's expression changed. He didn't expect his attack to be blocked so easily. Boom! A flash of lightning attacked him again. Sabah had to abandon his advancement and evade the lightning hastily. His expression was extremely ugly. These human runemasters were harder to deal with than he had imagined. At the same time, Zers and the other dark apparitions executed their moves and furiously attacked the other runemasters. When Zers and Silly saw the situation on Sabah's side, they looked at each other and attacked Master Carl together. Zer's weapon had landed in the hands of Wang Ting after the Yang City War. The time was too short for him to make another weapon, so he could only use a gigantic battle blade for the time being. Of course, the quality wasn't as good as the divine weapon Mo Quebec. Also, his arm had grown back. But if one observed closely, they would realize that the arm that had grown back was still a little stiff. It wasn't as agile as the other arms. He held his battle blade in one hand and slashed it at Master Carl. Boom! Lightning slammed on the blade glow, rendering Zer's attack useless. The Leakin, silly, appeared out of nowhere and arrived above Master Carl in an instant. Die! He gave a sinister smile and clawed at Master Carl furiously. He was wearing sharp metallic claws made from an unknown material. Humph! Master Carl snorted. He waved his hand, and a purple shield appeared above him. Lightning flashed on the purple shield. Silly's claw attack landed on the shield and caused an electrical sound. Then, his attack was disarmed by the lightning on the shield. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck towards Silly simultaneously. He squinted and evaded the lightning precariously. However, the lightning bolt still brushed against his body and burnt a patch of his fur. Silly moved and appeared beside Zer's. A burnt smell wafted into Zer's nose. He turned and looked at Silly. When he saw his appearance, Zer's expression turned strange. He wanted to laugh, but he tried his best to hold it in. They were on the same side. It would be too much for him to laugh at his companion. Although he had tried his best to suppress his laughter, the sharp Silly still noticed Zer's gaze. He turned angry from embarrassment and glared at Zer's. Unfortunately, they didn't have the time to bicker. Scorching heat suddenly rose from the ground, and burning flames appeared in thin air. The E-wood melting fire array was activated too. What's going on? Isn't this a lightning element array? Why did it change to a fire element array? Zer's shouted at Sabah in astonishment and anger. He was flabbergasted. He was afraid of fire element arrays. In Yang City, he was crippled by the 8-dragon ablaze dragon array. The memory was still clear in his mind, hence his fear. He could almost feel the pain in his recovered limbs. The pain constantly reminded him that fire element arrays were also scary. Sabah was stunned too. Why was there fire in a lightning array? What the hell was going on? Chapter 452. Entrance. However, Sabah and the other dark apparitions had no time to ponder over this question. The terrifying flames surrounded them from all directions and turned into numerous flaming pythons. The pythons hissed and pounced on them. These general stage dark apparitions were scurrying off like frightened rats running across the street. Flames. Lightning. The dark apparitions spent all their efforts to confront the double attacks of these two elements. However, it proved too much for them. They evaded one but couldn't escape from the other. They would either get swallowed by the flaming pythons or get struck by lightning. Soon, burnt marks appeared on their bodies. They were in a pitiful state. Especially the Leakin, Silly. He had thick fur, so most of it got burnt and charred under the combined attack of the lightning and fire. He looked like he just went for outlandish hairstyling. While the general stage dark apparitions were in deep distress, the troops hiding in the dark finally started moving. At the edge of the forest, Dan Taixian waved her hand. Let's move. Niu Li Yuanxian and the soldiers got invigorated. They rode their gale wolves and dashed towards the battlefield. Kill! 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 Billowing smoke rose in all directions, and battle cries shook the sky. The troops charged towards the battlefield with an unrivaled presence. A counter-encirclement was soon finished. There were still many dark apparitions who were unable to enter the Star Maple City. They were roaming on the outskirts. The human troops acted like meat choppers as they dashed to the city. They ground all these dark apparitions to their death, sparing no one. Kong Li and the other martial warriors had arrived on the battlefield. However, Wang Ting hadn't moved. Although Ice Wind and Black Widow were puzzled, they still waited quietly behind him. A gale wolf was lying beside each of them. Their ears were perked up, and they were looking at Wang Ting. All wolves had to bow down to the Wolf King. Wang Ting glanced at Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian nodded and said calmly, "Don't die. It will be embarrassing." "I want." Wang Ting smiled. The next moment, he slowly rose into the air. His subordinates quickly leaped onto their gale wolves when they saw this. "Awo!" The howls of wolves echoed in the surroundings. The Gale wolves stood up. When Wang Ting turned into a ray of light and flew towards the battlefield, they turned into lingering shadows with strong wind flowing around them and stabbed right into the center of the battle like sharp blades. Dan Taixian moved and disappeared on the spot. When he arrived in the city, Wang Ting noticed that it was littered with attribute bubbles. There were countless of them. He landed on the ground and wanted to pick them up. A 5-star soldier-level giant apparition saw him. He waved his heavyweight mace and his muscular, lofty body, wanting to attack Wang Ting. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and glared at the giant apparition. Who gave you the courage to seek death? Most importantly, he was stopping him from picking up attribute bubbles. This was a huge crime. It was unforgivable. Be careful, someone beside him shouted to remind him when he saw Wang Ting's young face. Human, die! The giant apparition bellowed. He hurled the mace at Wang Ting's head. Suddenly, his hand stopped moving. His expression changed slightly. A hint of disbelief appeared on his face. This short and small human possessed such frightening strength. Not only did he block his fatal attack, but he also appeared relaxed. He tried to pull the weapon back, but it didn't budge a single inch. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He seemed to have targeted someone he shouldn't. The short human grabbed the other end of the mace with his hand and smiled at the dark apparition, revealing his eerily white teeth. The giant apparition grasped the mace with both hands and exerted more force. Pull harder! Wang Ting suddenly opened his mouth. He was using the dark apparition's universal language. The giant dark apparition was stunned. Was this short human stupid? Why was he encouraging him? A smirk appeared on his lips. Suddenly, he thought of something and his smile froze. Wait, this human was messing with him. The giant dark apparition was furious. He glared at Wang Ting with his big eyes and continued to pull his mace. He wanted to retrieve it and smash it violently on this puny human. Wang Ting noticed that the giant dark apparition only understood his words after some time. His impression of the giant race's intellect changed once again. None of them are very smart. The game was getting boring, so Wang Ting raised his hand abruptly. The giant dark apparition who was still holding the mace got lifted too. The giant dark apparition was confused when he found himself in midair. The audience around them felt their jaws dropping. There was a striking difference in the body sizes of these two beings. However, the lofty giant dark apparition was being lifted by Wang Ting so easily. This scene was astonishing. Before the giant apparition regained his senses, Wang Ting suddenly moved. He exerted force on his arm and pushed the mace down. Boom! It was too late for the giant apparition to let go of his weapon. His legs were already hammered into the ground, and only the top half of his body was visible. Excruciating pain spread through his body. He released the mace he was clasping tightly and howled in agony. "I'll kill you!" The giant apparition roared in anger as he struggled to climb out of the ground. Unfortunately, Wang Ting wasn't going to give it any chance. He grabbed the mace and twirled it. Then, he raised his arm and hurled it down. Bang, bang, bang! Dull thuds shook the hearts of the listeners. The mace slammed against the giant apparition's head ruthlessly, as if hammering him into the ground. The power caused his body to sink deeper into the ground. The giant apparition's body disappeared into the ground, inch by inch. Finally, only its head remained. Wang Ting looked at his work of art and nodded in satisfaction. He threw away the mace and clapped his hands. Then, he looked at the attribute bubbles around him. Zoom! The dark apparitions around him thought that he was looking at them and immediately retreated 10 meters. An empty zone appeared on the battlefield with Wang Ting in the center. Even the human martial warriors felt dry in their throat. They gulped and looked at Wang Ting as if he were a monster. Giant apparitions were known for their strength. Yet, he got hammered into the ground forcefully by a young man. Who would believe it? No one would. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Wang Ting swept the bubbles over with his spiritual power. They flew towards him. Some large attribute bubbles formed during the formation of the dimensional rifts were also picked up by him. Not much time had passed, so the bubbles were still present. If not, Wang Ting wouldn't have waited until now. These space attribute bubbles were the most important items. His rewards were huge. Wang Ting didn't look at them carefully. He observed his surroundings and saw 2 human martial warriors fighting with a 7-star soldier-level dark apparition. He rushed over immediately. Chapter 453. Human, you're looking for death. The 2 martial warriors were steadily losing their grounds under the onslaught of the vampire dark apparition. Wang Ting was surprised. He quickly flew towards the 2 martial warriors to reinforce them. He could tell that these 2 human martial warriors weren't the dark apparition's match. If they continued fighting, they would get killed within a few moments. He wasn't exaggerating. That vampire was seriously powerful. He was many times stronger than normal 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions. Also, he looked very young. No matter what race it was, there would always be 1 or 2 extremely talented individuals. This vampire dark talent was one of them. Wang Ting had defeated many human talents, but he had never met one from another race before. At this moment, he felt a little excited, like a hunter who saw his prey. He wanted to know how powerful this talented dark apparition was. Also, if he could kill a few talented dark apparitions, it would benefit the human race in many ways. As Wang Ting flew towards them, the 3 martial warriors were in an intense battle. The vampire dark apparition might have the upper hand, but the 2 human martial warriors weren't weak either. They exchanged blows continuously. The vampire held 2 blood-red bone blades and attacked the humans without stopping. As for the 2 human martial warriors, one of them was holding a long spear with a sharp glint at the tip. The other was holding a battle sword. In an instant, the person slashed a huge blue sword glow in the air. Boom, boom, boom. The forces from both parties collided in midair. 1 black, 1 green, and 1 blue. The 3 different force glows intertwined, eroded, and melted in the air. The 2 human martial warriors got thrown back for more than 10 meters because of this powerful explosion. The instant they managed to stabilize themselves, their eyes widened in fear. They saw a blood-red shadow darting towards them like a flash of lightning. The 2 blood-red bone blades split the air into 2 and formed a shrill grinding sound. Thick blade force covered the blades like blood stained by darkness. It was bloody and sinister. The black-red sharp blade cut through the air, aiming for the throats of the martial warriors. A frightening strength came along with it. It was too late for the 2 martial warriors to dodge. In a battle between high-level martial warriors, one slow move meant that it was too late. The difference was life and death. Die! Seeing the success so near, an evil smile appeared at the edge of the vampire dark apparition's lips. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in his eyes. The 2 humans turned pale. They wanted to dodge, but their bodies couldn't react as fast as their minds. Boom! Suddenly, a figure forcefully cut into their battle and blocked the 2 blood-red blades of the vampire. The 2 human martial warriors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw someone stopping the fatal blow. They had barely managed to escape. They could feel that their backs were already soaked with cold sweat. They looked at the person who suddenly appeared and then exchanged glances with each other. They saw fear in each other's eyes. They hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving us." Wang Ting tilted his head and looked at one of the figures. He said calmly, "If you die, who's going to pay me back the money you owe?" Xie Shuiao was wearing a mask. When she heard the familiar voice, she was stunned. "It's you." She was dumbfounded. "You know each other?" The other human martial warrior was surprised too. "This is not the time to talk about this. Let's work together and kill that vampire first," Xie Shuiao said. Within this short time, the vampire had already retreated. He was careful in front of this young man, who managed to block his attack easily with his sudden appearance. Before he grasped this human's ability, he shouldn't attack rashly. "Who are you?" His accent was a little weird as he used the human language to speak to them. "Oh, another dark apparition who knows the human language," Wang Ting exclaimed in surprise. The dark apparition sensed contempt in the tone of this young person. His face turned black. "Human, you are looking for death." Wang Ting gave a constipated expression. When the dark apparition said that he was looking for death in that weird accent, he felt speechless. He wanted to laugh but couldn't. He looked at the other party in exasperation and copied his accent. "I'm not looking for death, really." "Pfft!" Xieshria burst out laughing. Where did this cheeky fellow come from? Couldn't he read the situation? Why was he still teasing the enemy? Most importantly, he didn't seem to understand what was happening at all. How amazing! The other human martial warrior was looking at Wang Ting strangely too. This young man allowed him to experience some fun on this tragic battlefield filled with life and death. The vampire dark apparition glared at Wang Ting. As a talented vampire, he had never been angered by a person like this before. He couldn't resist the urge to kill the young man in front of him. "Look, he's looking at me as if he wants to suck my blood. How scary!" Wang Ting pointed at the vampire dark apparition's face and said to Xieshria and the other human martial warrior. "Xieshria, the other human martial warrior. The vampire dark apparition." Many dark apparitions were paying attention to this battle. All of them were shocked by the scene. This human is fearless. How dare he provoke Leslie? Quick, look at Leslie's expression. He seems angry. Let's move further away in case we are implicated. Thus, this scene appeared. The dark apparitions screamed and ran away as if they were being chased by dogs. They kept their distance from Leslie and Wang Ting. The talented vampire, Leslie, looked at Wang Ting's irritating face and couldn't bear with the provocation anymore. He exploded in anger and roared. Then, he disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 2 blood-red blade glows slammed down on Wang Ting's head. "Be careful!" Xieshria and the other human martial warrior shouted in unplanned unison. Their expressions changed. However, Wang Ting didn't move. Slash! Under the astounded gaze of the 2 human martial warriors, Wang Ting got chopped into 3 parts by the 2 red blades. No way! Xieshria was dumbfounded and furious. She didn't manage to stop her comrade from dying. He might be a little irritating, but he was still a human who saved her just now. How could he die just like that? "No, wait!" The other human martial warrior shouted in astonishment. "He's not dead. How fast!" When the blood-red blades in Leslie's hand chopped at Wang Ting's body, he noticed something amiss. This wasn't the feeling of cutting a human body. He squinted and retreated instantly. Wang Ting's figure slowly appeared on the other side. He patted his chest and shouted, "Wow, I almost got chopped." "Enough!" Xieshria was on the same side as him, but she felt exasperated. He could have dodged the attack easily, yet he chose to react at the last moment. She was worried for nothing. The sadness in her heart had gone to waste. Also, his acting skills were so exaggerated. Could you be a little more fake, you bastard? Chapter 454. 1 punch for defeat, 2 punches for death. Leslie had no time to care about Wang Ting's cheekiness. He felt that Wang Ting was a threat to him. This feeling hadn't appeared in a long time. He was a little excited as he licked his lips and revealed his fangs. He had never felt this excited ever since he defeated countless vampire dark apparitions and gained the honor of being called a talent. Memories! Leslie clutched the blood-red bone blades in his hand. His hands were trembling slightly. He wasn't frightened, he was just too excited. "I have this feeling that I'm being targeted by a pervert." Wang Ting glanced at Leslie's gaze and muttered to himself. Xie couldn't help but glare at Wang Ting from the corner of her eyes. Why are you complaining? You're a pervert too. Feng Shan, let's attack together. That vampire seems offended, thanks to someone, she said to the martial warrior beside her. The young martial warrior called Feng Shan glanced at Wang Ting and turned serious. He nodded. All right. You too. Stop fooling around. Let's kill this vampire quickly. Many other dark apparitions are waiting for us. We don't have much time to waste on that guy. Xie spoke to Wang Ting while staring at Leslie intently, looking for an opening so that she could attack him anytime. You can help others. I'll handle this vampire myself. Wang Ting turned serious and replied calmly. Are you kidding? This isn't a normal dark apparition. Don't think that you can belittle him just because you're fast enough, Xie retorted and glared at him. I'm not kidding, Wang Ting replied indifferently. He was indeed looking down on Leslie as he continued mercilessly, You almost died in his hand. Even if we attack together, you will only drag me down. Xie's expression turned ugly. She bellowed in anger, Bastard, we were just careless. Don't use that to judge us. We have our pride too. Feng Shan didn't seem happy either. This young man's mouth was seriously irritating. If they weren't on the same side, he would have turned around and left. He didn't want to care about him. Leslie howled indignantly when he saw them pushing him to each other. They were completely looking down on him. He roared and charged towards them. The blood-red bone blades slashed through the air. A thick, dark force surged through the sky along with a bloody stench. Finally, it congregated into a blood-black cross. Ghastly blood cross. The frightening attack arrived instantly within a blink of an eye. Xie and Feng Shan's expressions underwent a huge change. They felt the strength of the attack and immediately decided to dodge. They couldn't face the attack face-on. As Xie retreated, she noticed that Wang Ting was still standing in front. He didn't move a single inch. He stood at the same spot and looked at the cross dawning on him in a daze. Is this fellow looking for death? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, her eyes widened in astonishment at the next scene. This cross is worth my punch, Wang Ting whispered to himself. He raised his fist and punched it out. Boom! A powerful and fierce fist aura exploded in an instant. One could faintly hear the sound of an ape roar. Ape King Fist. The cross froze in midair before disintegrating. However, half of the fist aura was still left. It struck Leslie ruthlessly. Leslie's face turned pale as if he got struck by lightning. He vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back involuntarily. How is this possible? His face was filled with disbelief. As a talented vampire, he used his most powerful vampire battle technique, but he was still unable to resist a punch from this young man. What joke was this? Leslie's confidence suffered a severe blow. He couldn't help but wonder if he wasn't talented. Wang Ting didn't give him any chance to react. He wouldn't show any compassion towards dark apparitions. He appeared immediately above Leslie and smashed another punch down. The fist landed on his head under his flabbergasted gaze. Boom! Leslie fell from the sky like a meteorite and blasted a deep hole in the ground. This fist blew his head into pieces. Naturally, he was not able to climb out from the hole ever again. Wang Ting, Xie and Feng Shan stopped retreating in midair. They didn't know whether they should move forward or back. They felt awkward. They were filled with many mixed emotions. Disbelief, staggered, ashamed, and many other emotions. In the end, they just stared at Wang Ting blankly. How is this fellow so strong? Xie wondered to herself. When Wang Ting saved her from the wolf pack, he didn't display much ability. Hence, she didn't know that he was so powerful. A talented dark apparition got defeated by one punch and killed by the next. It was crisp and clear-cut, direct and simple. He didn't waste any time at all. No wonder he had the time to tease the vampire dark apparition just now. He was confident and knew that he wouldn't need much time to kill the other party. To think that she wanted to work with him to kill this dark apparition. In the end, they were extras and would only drag him down. Feng Shan felt hot in his face too. He couldn't defeat the dark apparition even with the help of Xieshui. Yet, the moment Wang Ting came, the dark apparition died. The difference was a little too big. A moment ago, when Wang Ting said that he didn't need their help, he still thought that he was overestimating himself and didn't know the severity of the situation. Now, he understood that this fellow was a monster. He couldn't judge him using common sense. The dark apparitions thought that the young man would be the one getting beaten, but the result was entirely different. Leslie was dead. He died under the fist of that young man. Many dark apparitions saw what happened just now. He was defeated with one punch and died from the next. Not one punch more, not one punch less. It was ruthless. Where did this young man come from? How terrifying! Many dark apparitions had been worried that they would get implicated, so they retreated more than 10 meters away. Now they moved back another 10 meters. They obediently followed their hearts and chose to keep as far away as they could from this human. Let the Sirs deal with this powerful presence. Wang Ting didn't have the time to care about those low-level dark apparitions. His gaze landed on the dead Leslie, where a few transparent bubbles were floating up. Spirit *50 Enlightenment *65 Ghastly Blood Cross *1 Dark Force *320. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, the cultivation method for the battle Ghastly Blood Cross also appeared in his mind. This was an Earth-rank high-class vampire battle technique. It used the evil aura as reinforcement and dark force as its foundation to activate the cross attack. Its might was formidable. It felt good to gain an Earth-rank high-class battle technique for free, but this vampire battle technique didn't seem useful. Wang Ting touched his chin and felt a little disdain towards this technique. Chapter 455. Spiritual Power, Crowd Control. The Ghastly Blood Cross wasn't like the 8th-level Devil Scripture. Once he used this offensive attack, the fact that he had dark force would be exposed. The 8th-level Devil Scripture was a physical scripture and was used to heighten his strength and physique, so most people wouldn't detect the problem if he didn't release its true power and reveal the devil pattern special trait of this scripture. Also, Wang Ting had the system covering up for him. Even the dark apparitions might not notice what was amiss. At this moment, Wang Ting remembered the activation theory of the Ghastly Blood Cross. If he removed the dark force and only used the evil aura with one of the 5 element forces, would he be able to execute this Earth-rank technique? He could give it a try in the future. Wang Ting and Leslie's battle seemed long, but it only lasted for a few seconds. After he killed the talented vampire dark apparition, he didn't waste any time and immediately entered the battlefield again. Xieshui felt terrible when she saw Wang Ting flying away without even looking or talking to her. This bastard never looked her in the eye, not even once. Was she so ugly? Oh right, she was still wearing a mask. This fellow hadn't seen her true face. She must let him see her beautiful face and astound him next time. Then, he would bootlick her shamelessly like all the other men. At that time, she could heartlessly give him the cold shoulder. What a perfect plan! Speaking about it, that irritating bastard didn't wear his mask today, and looked quite handsome. She thought that this petty and stingy man with a bad character must be ugly, but he was quite dashing. I'm on the battlefield. Why am I thinking of such stupid things? Xieshui shook her head and felt guilty for some reason. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask, so no one laughed at her. Feng Shan, who was not far away, didn't notice her abnormal actions in that short moment. He was focused on Wang Ting's back view. They were both 7-star soldier-level martial warriors, but why was their difference so huge? It made him unhappy. However, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Wang Ting ignoring them. If Wang Ting came over and reprimanded them, he would feel embarrassed. Wang Ting didn't know his complicated thoughts. If he did, he would laugh at Feng Shan for thinking too much. He didn't have the time to care about someone he didn't know. Feng Shan and Xiexue didn't waste any more time and rushed to help other people. They found some 7-star soldier-level dark apparitions and started fighting with them. Wang Ting flew in the air and scanned the battlefield around him. He picked up the attribute bubbles that were dropping continuously from the fight. His ability increased unknowingly. Earth Force *25 Dark Force *30 Spirit *12 Enlightenment *20 Fire Force *10 Battlefield Awareness *15. There were all kinds of force attribute bubbles present. Similarly, there were Spirit, Enlightenment, Battlefield Awareness, and many other special attributes. They were one of the best ways for Wang Ting to increase his ability. Wang Ting didn't stay idle either. There were no other powerful dark apparitions around him, so his attention landed on the weaker dark apparitions below. In front of the dark apparitions, the human martial warriors were still at a disadvantage. Even though they had discovered the dark apparitions' plan ahead of time and made ample preparations, once they went on the battlefield and fought with the dark apparitions, the humans continued to suffer more losses than wins. Wang Ting also noticed this. Besides the stronger human martial warriors, the ordinary human martial warriors didn't have much advantage when facing the dark apparitions. Many times it was a life for a life. The vicious one would win. There were many fearless human martial warriors who were unafraid of death. Thus, the scene was extremely tragic. Wang Ting scanned the battle below and frowned uncontrollably. He wanted to do something, but he couldn't save all the human martial warriors facing death threats simultaneously, no matter how powerful or fast he was. If he used some wide-range attacks, it was unrealistic too. He would accidentally injure a large number of human martial warriors. This was why they only activated the 1000 Thunder Annihilation Array and E-Wood Melting Fire Array after everyone in Star Maple City had been evacuated. One of these two huge arrays was enough to injure and kill a large number of human martial warriors with its terrifying power, much less both of them. The human race couldn't afford to suffer this loss. Wang Ting's mind worked furiously. He took out his attributes panel and quickly scanned all his abilities. He hoped to find a skill he could use in this situation. Very soon, he looked through everything but didn't notice anything useful. He shook his head and wanted to give up. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the second column of his attributes panel. Spiritual power. Damn it, he was so stupid. He had forgotten his trump card. Spiritual power was an invisible force. He could use it along with his runes to form a force attack. At the same time, he could use it for simple physical attacks too. Moreover, he was in the Emperor realm now. The amount of spiritual power he could use was sizable, and the effective range was also wide. He had no problem tackling the dark apparitions in one huge patch. When he thought of this method, Wang Ting felt a little excited for some reason. He felt as if he had found something fun. His gaze shimmered as he searched for an area densely populated with dark apparitions. His spiritual power surged out of his forehead like a flood. He formed an effective circular range with him in the center. Silently and secretly, an invisible force spread out like transparent tentacles, twirling themselves around the dark apparitions. The attacking power of the spiritual power depended solely on its user. When Wang Ting only used it for picking up attributes, it was harmless and undetectable by others. However, when Wang Ting wanted to kill someone, his spiritual power became his best companion. It started to bare its fangs. On the battlefield, numerous dark apparitions were fighting with the humans. Suddenly, they paused in their attacks. The dark apparitions were puzzled and shocked. They didn't know what had happened. However, to the experienced human martial warriors, this moment of delay was enough to end the battle. The human martial warriors didn't know what happened to the dark apparitions either. They were about to get killed by them, but the dark apparitions suddenly went mad and froze as if their CPU had crashed. But since the opportunity was in front of them, they wouldn't let it go. They grabbed this chance and waved their weapons, chopping the dark apparition to death. That chop was accurate and decisive. Up and down. One blade was enough to take the life of the dark apparition. However, some dark apparitions that were more powerful and had stronger battle awareness released all their force when they got locked by Wang Ting's spiritual power. Before the attack of the human martial warriors landed on them, they struggled and got away forcefully. They were all flabbergasted. They could still feel the lingering fears in their hearts. Chapter 456. The bosses fooled us. The dark apparitions that managed to escape by a fluke were terrified. They retreated instantly. That moment was too scary. Before understanding what had happened just now, they should flee as far as they could. The human martial warriors who were fighting with them were stunned. Then, a hint of regret and frustration appeared on their faces. Why didn't they move a little faster? If they were faster, they could have killed the dark apparitions. It was a pity to miss that opportunity due to a moment of hesitation. Look at the others. They grabbed the chance and killed their opponent. Every dark apparition killed was a military exploit. They felt as though they had lost a few million. However, the dark apparitions who were retreating suddenly froze again. What the F***K? The human martial warriors cursed in their excitement. This time they didn't hesitate. The instant the curse came out of their mouth, they had caught up with their enemy and slashed them with their weapons. Die! Slash! The weapons landed on their bodies, and the dark apparitions died. It was so simple that the experienced human martial warriors found it unbelievable. They managed to kill their opponents so easily? They were stunned. For a moment, they didn't know what expression they should wear. Wang Ting couldn't help but give an evil smile when he saw this scene from the sky. Let them be puzzled. He was starting to enjoy this feeling. It felt as if he was controlling the entire situation. Feeling restless, he turned and rushed towards another area. There were still many other dark apparitions waiting for his love. After some time, the dark apparitions in another area suffered the same thing. They paused for no reason and got killed on the spot. Their ending was gruesome. Next, Wang Ting continued his journey. Every time he went to a certain area, a large number of dark apparitions would die. It was paranormal. He used too much spiritual power, so his face turned a little pale. However, he was picking up attributes without stopping. The spirit attributes he picked up helped him replenish his spiritual power. Gradually, he regained his spent spiritual power. At this moment, the humans were in a confused state of winning. Although they didn't know what was happening, they all noticed a common point. Every time the dark apparitions lost their senses, Wang Ting would be nearby. Whenever he moved, the situation would move with him. Anyone with a brain could tell that this was related to him. Wang Ting didn't plan to hide either. He wouldn't be able to keep it from the smart ones anyway. The instant he used his spiritual power, he never thought of hiding. Moreover, he was able to save many people and deal a massive blow to the dark apparitions. Hence, even if he was exposed, he felt that it was nothing. Mind you, not everyone could tell that he had spiritual power. Spiritual power was a rare talent. Most people didn't know about it. With Wang Ting's help, the Black Sparrow troop enjoyed a relaxed massacre. At this moment, Niuli and the others looked at each other and then glanced at Wang Ting, who was in the sky. Kong Li couldn't control herself and asked, "What did this fellow do? How did he manage to make these dark apparitions depressed?" "Who knows? He's always full of surprises." Niuli shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Yuan Xian felt mixed emotions. He was exasperated. At the start, when Wang Ting entered the military, he was unhappy and wanted to find an opportunity to have a duel with him, but Wang Ting never gave him a chance. He used a different method to suppress him every time. This event was one such example. He would never be able to do it. However, Wang Ting did it. He even helped everyone kill a considerable portion of the dark apparitions. Comparisons were frustrating. The more outstanding Wang Ting was, the more frustrated he felt. On the other side, Xie Shuya and Feng Shan noticed the situation too. They were dumbstruck. They stared at Wang Ting in disbelief. He affected the war situation in an entire area with his own effort. It didn't make sense. They were in awe and bewilderment. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out how Wang Ting did it. Since the human martial warriors could sense Wang Ting's doings, the dark apparitions could find him too. The high-level dark apparitions possessed intelligence, be it they were vampires, giants, or sheepheads. When they saw Wang Ting, they couldn't care about their high and mighty demeanor anymore and started retreating frantically in the opposite direction. This human was more of a devil than them. Wherever he went, there would be dark apparitions dying. Who could handle this? However, Wang Ting's spiritual power ran faster than them. Before they could leave his effective range, they were bound by their feet. He pulled his spiritual power, and their legs were forcefully shut tight. Their bodies fell forward due to the inertia. They fell flat on the ground. They looked cute when they did that. Especially the giant apparitions. They were all tall and lofty, so their fall was exceptionally miserable. The ground vibrated from their fall. The human martial warriors wore weird expressions on their faces, but they didn't hesitate to grab the chance. They quickly dashed towards the dark apparitions and used their sharp weapons to stab their heads brutally. Red, white, and green blood splattered everywhere. "Run! Run, that's a devil!" The dark apparitions in the distance started yelling. They scurried away before Wang Ting got near them. Some dark apparitions that were more powerful howled angrily at Wang Ting. "Stop him! Kill that human! Anyone that dares to run away will be killed." The hierarchy of the dark apparitions was obvious. The low-level dark apparitions didn't dare to disobey the orders of their superiors. However, they were terrified of Wang Ting's power, so they fell into a dilemma. The 9-star and 8-star soldier-level dark apparitions were fighting with the human martial warriors, so they couldn't spare any hands to attack Wang Ting. They could only open their mouths once again. His face is pale. He must have exhausted himself after using some secret skills. He's just an arrow at the end of its flight. This is the best time to kill him. Kill that human and you'll rise 3 rank. You'll be rewarded with dark energy stones. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. These dark apparitions were skilled at handling their subordinates. After threatening them, they enticed them with rewards. At first, he wanted to replenish his spiritual power, but he suddenly felt that he should stop for a moment. Many dark apparitions looked at Wang Ting when they heard this. They noticed that his face was indeed pale, and he looked weak. They were moved. In addition, the temptation of the rise in ranks and the dark energy stones gave them the courage to charge at Wang Ting. The expressions of the other human martial warriors changed tremendously. Wang Ting did seem injured. Hence, he would probably be unable to withstand the attacks of the dark apparitions. They immediately rushed towards Wang Ting and wanted to help him block the attacks of the enemies. At the same time, the other human martial warriors were furious. Wang Ting had helped the humans kill many dark apparitions and made such an outstanding contribution. If they let this hero get killed by the dark apparitions, they would be disappointing him. They wouldn't allow this to happen. Thus, many human martial warriors shot towards Wang Ting indignantly. Many dark apparitions came to kill Wang Ting. However, most of them were caught up by Kong Li and the other human martial warriors. After a round of ferocious attacks, they were smashed into pieces. However, 2 dark apparitions still managed to reach Wang Ting. They weren't far from him, and their speed was fast, so they managed to break through the human defense wall. The 2 sheephead devil race dark apparitions flapped their wings and flew at a fast speed. They were holding sickle-shaped weapons in their hands. When they flung their weapons, dark force could be seen hovering around them. Before they reached Wang Ting, the frightening blade attack had already arrived above his head. Kong Li and the others were furious. They wanted to grab those two dark apparitions and tear them into pieces. Suddenly, Wang Ting raised his head and punched out. A frightening fist aura surged out from his body and exploded in the air. The two black blade auras disintegrated immediately. The dark apparitions. The two sheephead dark apparitions were thunderstruck. They stopped their wings forcefully and froze in midair. What is this? Is this an arrow at the end of its flight? He destroyed our attacks with a single punch. Exhausted? Are you kidding me? Wang Ting's gaze landed on the two dark apparitions. 6-star soldier level. Good, courageous. A cold smile appeared at the edge of his lips. He hooked his fingers at the two dark apparitions. Come. The two sheephead dark apparitions felt as if they were looking at a smiling devil. Their heads turned numb and their blood ran cold. The next second they turned around and ran away. There was no pause in their actions. Wang Ting. The corners of Wang Ting's lips twitched. He appeared behind the two dark apparitions with a brick in his hand and smashed it at them. Bang! Bang! He slammed the brick ruthlessly on the two dark apparitions' heads. The two dark apparitions felt a formidable force travel down from their heads. The pain was excruciating. They couldn't stop their bodies from dropping to the ground. Boom! They hit the ground. Before they blacked out, there was only one thought in their minds. The bosses fooled us. The two dark apparitions were filled with hidden bitterness as they fell into the embrace of darkness. Wang Ting looked below, where the two dark apparitions were hammered into the ground. Only their heads remained outside. They didn't have much hair on their heads. As a result, they looked like two devil plants growing on the ground. Finally, everyone regained their senses and stared at the dark apparitions buried in the ground with strange expressions. Then, they looked at Wang Ting's pale face. Who on earth was the one getting bullied? Kong Li and the others sized up his face curiously. Was this fellow really at the end of his strength? Was he fooling them? Wang Ting coughed. His face turned whiter as if he had used his last ounce of strength just now. He appeared extremely weak. The dark apparitions. Kong Li and the others. Quick, he must be at his worst now. Kill him. The dark apparition fighting in the sky urged once again. The gazes of the dark apparitions below flickered. This time they didn't advance. Instead, they retreated in unplanned unison. The powerful dark apparition. His subordinates didn't listen to him. They were so hard to command. Wang Ting sighed when he saw this scene. It looked like those stupid dark apparitions weren't that stupid. His face regained its color at a visible speed. The muscles on the powerful dark apparition's face shivered. So his subordinates weren't stupid. It was him who was too naive. Chapter 457. Come, come, come. The dark apparition fighting with humans in the sky turned green with anger. He glared at Wang Ting viciously. His subordinates fled in disorder while he got tricked by Wang Ting. This 9-star soldier-level sheephead dark apparition wished that he could skin Wang Ting alive and swallow him whole. However, he was entangled by a 9-star soldier-level human martial warrior, so he couldn't escape. Get off! He bellowed in anger. The sickle-shaped weapon in his hand tore the air and created a shrill sound as it spiraled towards the human martial warrior opposite him. The 9-star soldier-level human martial warrior's expression changed. In his haste, he couldn't block the attack, so he had to evade it. The sheephead dark apparition took the chance and broke free from his opponent. He moved his body and darted towards Wang Ting. Damn it! The 9-star soldier-level martial warrior immediately reacted. His expression turned ugly as he chased after the dark apparition. At this moment, a figure landed right in front and blocked his path. Move! The 9-star soldier-level human martial warrior yelled when he saw a dark apparition blocking his way. He launched a furious attack. The battle blade slashed a frightening green glow in the air. He wanted to kill his enemy in a single move. After all, the dark apparition in front was already heading towards Wang Ting. If he was a step late, Wang Ting would be in danger. Are you trying to kill me? The vampire who blocked this human martial warrior sniggered. He didn't evade the attack, and instead welcomed it with his weapon that looked like a thorn. Boom! The two figures collided, and a heated battle ensued. The 9-star soldier-level human martial warrior was in a hurry to leave, so his attack was ferocious and vicious. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, the dark apparition just scoffed and held him back. His main aim was to waste his time, so he appeared calm and relaxed. As he fought with the human martial warrior, he laughed and shouted at the sheephead dark apparition. "Fergus, I'll take care of this man. Go and kill that young human. Leave it to me. I will kill him." The sheephead dark apparition dashed towards Wang Ting without turning his head. There was strong killing intent in his gaze. "Bastard!" The 9-star soldier-level human martial warrior burst in anger when he noticed the dark apparition ignoring him. A resplendent glow erupted from his battle blade as he hurled it at the dark apparition. Sharp blade auras enveloped his blade. "Haha, are you angry? It's still early. Once Fergus kills that talented young man from your race, you will only get angrier." The vampire laughed rampantly. He seemed to be intentionally provoking the martial warrior. "Kill!" At a moment like this, the human martial warrior calmed down. His expression turned cold, and his blade glow gushed towards his enemy. On the other end, when Wang Ting saw the powerful dark apparition rushing towards him, he turned serious. 9-star soldier level. The dark apparitions view him with such high importance. Kong Li and the others noticed the situation on this side too. Their faces turned slightly pale. That was a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition, 2 levels above them. They might not be his match even if they attacked him together. They knew that the dark apparition targeted Wang Ting because his performance was too outstanding and had an overwhelming impact on the result of the battle. "Wang Ting, run!" Kong Li shouted. Yuan Xian and Xie Shuyao were frantically looking for powerful warriors around them for help, but all of them were held back by other dark apparitions. No one was able to reinforce them immediately. The vampire dark apparition had killed a human martial warrior before he could help Fergus to stop his opponent from chasing him. If not, this situation wouldn't have occurred. "Damn it, it's all that fellow's fault. Why did he perform so well?" He gained the attention of the 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. Xie Shuyao was agitated. She secretly reprimanded Wang Ting for causing trouble. However, she also knew that if she was in his position, she would do the same thing, even if it meant attracting the attention of powerful enemies. Although Wang Ting heard Kong Li's warning, he didn't choose to run. He stood in midair and kept his brick, switching it with the divine weapon, Mo Quebec. Then, he stared at the 9-star soldier-level dark apparition that was furiously closing in on him. "Come on, it's just at 9-star soldier level. I've killed one before. I'm not afraid." With his current abilities, if he was unable to kill someone at a higher level, it would be a humiliation to the system. Those dark apparitions thought that he was easy to bully. In that case, he would show them what an indomitable warrior was like. Dan Taixian said that he needed to groom his formidable presence. How was he supposed to groom it? Defeating same-level talents wasn't enough. He needed to defeat enemies at a higher level than him. Thus, even if his opponent was at the 9-star soldier level, he would kill them too. He looked up abruptly. Boom. Latang physique. 8-level devil scripture. A formidable presence erupted from his body. His black hair flew in the wind, revealing his sparkling eyes below his forehead. They were giving off a blood-curdling glint. At this moment, he was fearless, an indomitable and formidable warrior. All the enemies blocking his way would be annihilated. Come. Wang Ting screamed in his heart as the force in his body surged into Mo Quebec. After the 3 howls of anger, the aura around him reached its peak. Fergus was rushing towards him at the speed of light. His speed was so fast the air around him started exploding from the compression. He plunged down from the sky like a meteor, but suddenly, his pupils constricted. Sensing Wang Ting's menacing presence, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he flared up in anger. How could he be afraid of a young human martial warrior? Furthermore, this human martial warrior was 2 levels lower than him. What a joke! He would be able to kill him easily using half his strength. Fergus' cruel and cold eyes suddenly widened. There was dark force in the depth of his gaze. The sickle-like weapon in his hand seemed to have turned into the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It slashed towards Wang Ting with a pitch-black glow around it. Die! A glaring beam finally shot out from Mo Quebec force congregated into a frightening blade glow as it struck towards the dark apparition, top to bottom. Big Dipper flaming blade. Blade conscious erupted boom. A flaming fire glow a few meters long shot right up the sky, splitting the sky into 2. It was a crusade against heaven, led by a nobody from the ground. Fergus was the first to bear the brunt. The moment the blade glow exploded, disbelief covered his entire face. There was astonishment, exasperation, and regret in his eyes. Unfortunately, everything was too late. The next second, he was swallowed by the blade glow. The flaming glow enveloped the sky and cut Fergus' body into 2. His corpse dropped from the air. An eerie silence appeared on the battlefield for a moment. Everyone was confused. Chapter 458. Couldn't last more than 3 seconds. Fergus' body smashed on the ground and gave a dull thud. Everyone finally regained their senses. How is that possible? Many people started muttering to themselves unconsciously. A 7-star soldier-level martial warrior killed a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. Were they dreaming? They found it unbelievable. Some people even rubbed their eyes and looked at the burnt corpse of the powerful dark apparition, Fergus. He was chopped into half and died an unwilling death. This reminded them once again that this was reality. This fellow is a pervert. Kong Li swallowed her saliva. Once again, her understanding of Wang Ting was refreshed. Her junior brother was brutal. Even though she knew that Wang Ting was unexpected at times, she never thought that he could jump levels and kill a 9-star soldier-level dark apparition. It seemed impossible no matter how she looked at it. Yuan Xian was also shocked. He finally understood how big the gap was between him and Wang Ting. Many people in the military called him a talent, but compared to that fellow, his title seemed like a joke. On the other side, Xie Zuya's expression behind her mask was filled with stupefaction. Her jaws dropped, and she couldn't stick them back for a long time. What breed of monster was this guy? Everyone looked at the young man holding a strange and huge weapon with flames circling his body. Many words flew into their minds. God's child. Monster. Devil. They felt as if they were looking at the rise of an indomitable warrior. They did not doubt that if this young talent continued on his path, he would become a general stage martial warrior. Wang Ting had the potential to become a formidable general stage warrior. The vampire who came to hold back the human martial warrior so that Fergus could kill Wang Ting was dumbfounded. He felt that he was going crazy. Fergus was killed by a 7-star soldier-level young man. What a useless thing! Feeling indignant, his gaze turned towards Wang Ting, bringing along his malicious intent with it. No matter what, this young man was too outstanding. He mustn't stay alive. How dare you get distracted when fighting with me? A voice shouted beside his ear. Oh shit! The dark apparition's expression changed. He was genuinely shocked just now. That was why he got distracted during a life-or-death battle. And that moment had decided his loss. The human martial warrior's blade arrived. The vampire didn't have the time to dodge. But he wasn't a weakling. His gaze turned vicious, and he hurled himself at the human martial warrior instead of evading the move. At the same time, he stabbed his thorn-like weapon at the human martial warrior's throat at the speed of lightning. A life for a life. The human martial warrior's expression changed. He tilted his body to evade the dark apparition's attack. The move that was supposed to kill the dark apparition diverged from its original path and slit the arm of the dark apparition instead. Roar! The dark apparition howled in pain as one of his arms was chopped off forcefully. Blood splattered into the sky like a fountain. However, he gritted his teeth and continued retreating at the speed of lightning. Human, I'll remember you for severing my arm. You'll suffer my revenge in the future. A voice filled with hatred and bitterness seeped out of his mouth. He glared coldly at the human martial warrior. You want to leave? Naturally, the human martial warrior wouldn't allow it to escape easily. He chased after him. You can't keep me here. The vampire soared towards the dimensional rift in the sky. The human martial warrior chased him for a distance but had to stop in the end. He glanced at the dimensional rift in fear. In the past, some formidable human martial warriors attempted to get close to the dimensional rifts, but the result was obvious. Their endings were terrible. The closer they went, the more dangerous it was. The result was unpredictable. Hence, he could only watch the vampire flying higher and higher with a furious expression. He was full of unwillingness. Ha ha ha, I said that you can't keep me. The vampire laughed arrogantly. Splurt. At this moment, his body trembled, and his laughter stopped abruptly. Whose body is this? Why doesn't it have a head? He felt his vision spinning. Then, he saw a body without a head. I'm sorry. He can't stop you, but I can. Also, I'm a narrow-minded person. If I can take revenge now, I won't leave it for tomorrow. Just when he was about to lose consciousness, two calm sentences sounded beside his ear. The vampire didn't even have the time to retract his conceited smile. He was flabbergasted. It's him. How is that possible? Then, he lost his consciousness forever. Everyone once again stared absent-mindedly at Wang Ting in the air. They turned and looked at the spot where he was standing a second ago. His lingering shadow was still dissipating. His speed is amazing. The human martial warrior was stunned and staggered. Not only did Wang Ting kill the sheephead dark apparition who attempted to kill him, but he also helped him kill this formidable vampire dark apparition. Double kill. This fellow was terrifying. Wang Ting was indeed a revengeful person. This vampire was an accomplice. Hence, he must kill him and leave no future trouble. Even if it might be dangerous to get too close to the dimensional rift, he still acted. How many people could be so decisive? The 9-star soldier-level martial warrior was convinced by Wang Ting. He wasn't his match. Leave that place. It's dangerous. The human martial warrior remembered the unpredictable dangers of the dimensional rift, so he immediately shouted to remind Wang Ting. The moment he finished speaking, a peal of soft laughter was heard. I didn't know that I'd see such an interesting scene the instant I arrive. A rare talent is born in the human race. The human martial warrior's expression changed tremendously when he heard the voice. Run! Actually, he didn't need to remind Wang Ting again. The alarm in Wang Ting's heart was ringing frantically. He wanted to leave without hesitation. However, the next moment, he froze. His entire body seemed to have been pinned to the spot by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all. Wang Ting was astounded. This must be a general stage dark apparition. Damn it, do you have to do this to me? I only killed 2 9-star soldier-level dark apparitions. Do you have to send someone so frightening to kill me? I took so much effort to groom my indomitable presence. I didn't even have the chance to get arrogant before you poured a bucket of cold water on me. Why can't you let me be proud for a few more seconds, bastard? Wang Ting was on the brink of tears. He felt that his idea was a little bad. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have taken his revenge. It was all right to leave his revenge for tomorrow. Suddenly, he felt someone brushing his face. Then, a soft body hugged him from behind and blew into his ear. Chapter 459. Black Incubus Devil Lord. Wang Ting's body tensed up when he felt the texture on his back and the faint breath beside his ear. His vision moved down slowly. A beautiful and fair hand was stretching from behind and caressing his face gently. However, Wang Ting didn't feel the gentleness at all. Instead, his head turned numb, and his heart felt bitter. Tears almost rolled down his eyes. Oh my God, this is so scary. He hadn't seen the face and couldn't sense the aura of the person behind him, but this was definitely an extremely powerful dark apparition. The human martial warrior below managed to see the face behind Wang Ting. Horror appeared in his eyes as he exclaimed in fright, "Black Incubus Devil Lord." As a 9-star soldier-level formidable warrior who was extremely close to hitting the general stage, he knew some inside information. One of them was this Black Incubus Devil Lord. This was one of the few powerful presences that had come to the current world. Hence, the human race had a record of their appearance. This was why he immediately recognized the other party. He wouldn't be wrong. It must be that lord. The 9-star soldier-level human martial warrior was flabbergasted. Recalling all the legends he had read of this lord, fear crept right into the depth of his heart. At the same time, Kong Li and the others noticed the situation on this side. When they heard the human martial warrior shouting Black Incubus Devil Lord, they shuddered as if they had heard something terrifying. Terror appeared on their faces uncontrollably. They had never seen the true face of the Black Incubus Devil Lord, but they had heard of her stories. Now she had her attention on Wang Ting, and he was also in her hands. It was the same as the Monkey King landing in the hand of Buddha. He was dead. No one dared to save him. They wanted to, but they couldn't. Anyone that attempted would die. There was no other ending. Fortunately, that presence didn't plan to kill Wang Ting instantly, so he was temporarily saved. They didn't need to send themselves to their death. They weren't being timid. They were just judging the hour and sizing up the situation. Black Incubus Devil Lord. Wang Ting's heart trembled. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He had never heard of this name before, but based on the words alone, he could tell that the other party was incredible. Yes, this was a name he couldn't provoke. He looked at the expressions of the people around him, and felt even worse. What a difficult situation. Why would someone as kind as him get targeted by this frightening presence? Wang Ting screamed in his heart. He didn't understand at all. Are you afraid of me? Suddenly, a gentle but stern voice sounded beside his ear. Ha ha ha! Wang Ting swallowed his saliva and laughed awkwardly. Beautiful lady, am not afraid. Am just a little nervous. You're too close. Ha ha ha! As a man, you're afraid of a woman getting too close to you. The being behind started giggling as if she had heard a joke. You're just a female dark apparition. Why are you calling yourself a woman? Wang Ting complained in his heart. However, he wouldn't say it directly. He continued, well, I'm a pure-hearted little virgin. The Black Incubus Devil Lord's expression turned weird. No one had ever dared to be so impudent in front of her. She could feel that this young human was extremely nervous, but he was still so irritating. This young fellow is interesting. Kong Li and the others almost fainted when they heard him. What do you mean by pure-hearted little virgin? Can you have some face? Your life is the most important now. Who cares if you're a pure-hearted little virgin? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you now? The Black Incubus Devil Lord asked. I am. I'm so afraid that I'm going to pee in my pants. Wang Ting nodded fervently. He was afraid that the other party would pinch him to death if he replied a little slower. To show that he was sincerely afraid, he turned his face pale and shuddered as he spoke. All he needed to do was pee in his pants now. The black incubus devil lord. She suddenly felt a sense of helplessness as she looked at the young human in front of her speechlessly. This fellow didn't have the demeanor of a rare talent at all. He threw away his face without any hesitation. This must be a fake talent. I think that there's some misunderstanding between us. Why don't you let me go, and we can discuss this matter properly when we have the time. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat when he realized that the other party wasn't speaking. You killed my men. The truth is right there. What misunderstanding can there be? The black incubus devil lord sniggered. Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. His mind worked furiously, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead once again. K, help me! He had a glib tongue, but he couldn't think of an excuse now. Besides, the black incubus devil lord didn't need any reason if she wanted to kill him. Wang Ting had many ideas on how to save himself, but none of them was useful. He couldn't even use his space talent. He tried it secretly only to realize that the space elements around him were all frozen. Furthermore, the black incubus devil lord was much stronger than him. In front of the huge difference in power, all schemes were useless. Humph! At this moment, the black incubus devil lord suddenly snorted. Boom! A huge explosion sounded behind Wang Ting. Then, his body got pushed out by a great force. Run! Dan Taichuan's voice sounded beside him. Master! Wang Ting was extremely touched. At the crucial moment, his beloved master was still the most reliable person. She came to save him despite the black incubus devil lord's dominance. Wang Ting didn't waste any time. As the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately activated his space talent and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared again, he had left the control range of the black incubus devil lord. He turned around and saw Dan Taixian getting thrown off her feet after exchanging blows with the black incubus devil lord. She vomited a mouth of blood uncontrollably. Wang Ting's expression changed. Even Dan Taixian wasn't the black incubus devil lord's match? The strength of the black incubus devil lord rose another few levels in his heart. At this moment, Wang Ting finally saw the appearance of the black incubus devil lord clearly. This was a beautiful lady wearing a black feather overcoat. She looked no different from a human, but her long hair was dark purple and slightly curled. Her eyes gave off a pitch-black and evil glint. She frowned when she noticed that her prey had been rescued. She glanced at Wang Ting before taking a step out. Her target was Dan Taixian. Dan Taixian retreated after feeling the black incubus devil lord. However, she had underestimated the black incubus devil lord's fury. The next instant, the black incubus devil lord appeared in front of her and stretched out a hand from beneath the black feather overcoat. She lightly pushed her palm at Dan Taixian. Dan Taichuan's expression changed, but she wasn't a delicate and weak girl. As a lady who aimed to be indomitable at her level, how could she be an easy person? She furrowed her brows as she looked at the black incubus devil lord's attack and activated all the forces in her body. She retaliated with a punch. Chapter 460. The Destruction of the Array Bang. Both their attacks seemed normal. One punch and one fist. It couldn't be any simpler. However, when their attacks collided, an appalling explosion spread out from the center. The powerful force swept the entire sky. Some martial warriors and dark apparitions around them couldn't run away in time, so they were thrown back a few hundred meters. A figure flew out of the center of the explosion. It was Dan Taixian. Wang Ting's expression turned grave. This was the second round of attack, and Dan Taixian was at the losing end. It was expected. The black incubus devil lord hadn't used all her strength. The difference was a little wide. As he thought about this, he activated his space talent without hesitation and appeared behind Dan Taixian in a split second. He caught her in his arms. Leave! Dan Taishin said in a low and grim voice. Wang Ting activated his space talent again. The air behind him got distorted, and their figures disappeared. The black incubus devil lord frowned. She smiled gently and said, "Amazing, you guys again managed to escape from me." The moment she finished speaking, Wang Ting and Dan Taishin appeared in the distance. They stared at the black incubus devil lord intently. They were extremely fearful of her. Lord Yang and the other martial warriors hurriedly arrived behind them. All of them were eyeing the black incubus devil lord vigilantly. At the same time, they asked, "How are you? I won't be dying soon." Dan Taishin shook her head. Lord Yang nodded. Then, he gave a forced smile. "We're in trouble. I didn't expect the black incubus devil lord to appear. There's no divine executor canon in Star Maple City. We're unable to inflict any harm to her. To think that we spent so much time and effort preparing for this war. Are we unable to escape from annihilation?" A hint of despair appeared in Yin Tongfeng's eyes. In the past, the appearance of this black incubus devil lord represented destruction. No one could escape from that fate. Wherever she went, only death, suffering, and agony remained. Until today, she had flattened 7 cities in the Xingwu continent. The black incubus devil lord was the epitome of destruction. This was why everyone was so terrified and shocked when they heard her name and saw her face. The black incubus devil lord had come to Star Maple City. Did they have any chance of survival remaining? Wow, how crowded! At this moment, the black incubus devil lord looked at them and raised her eyebrows. She smiled gently. "Let's play a game before I destroy this city." As she spoke, black feathers started gliding out from her overcoat, congregating and forming a black throne. It was almost impossible to tell that the throne was made from feathers once it was formed. Instead, it seemed to be constructed using black metal. It gave off a cold glint. On the back of the chair, there were a few black feathers that were larger than the others. They stuck themselves on the throne like sharp swords, exuding a menacing vibe. The black incubus devil lord slowly sat on the throne and glanced at the general stage martial warriors mockingly. Game! Lord Yang and the others were furious. The black incubus devil lord wanted to play with them. The black incubus devil lord smiled when she saw the angry expressions on the faces of the humans. She was delighted. She looked down on Star Maple City and shook her head. "These fellows are useless. They got stuck down there for so long. I should barbecue and eat them when we go back." Although she was muttering to herself, her words landed in everyone's ears clearly. The muscles on their faces started twitching. She wanted to barbecue these general stage dark apparitions? The black incubus devil lord was as cold-blooded as what the rumors said. At the same time, they saw the black incubus devil lord stretching out her hand and pressing it down on Star Maple City that was covered by the array. Damn it! Lord Yang and the other martial warriors were shocked. They wanted to stop her, but it was too late. The array started cracking under the intense pressure of the invisible force. The runemasters hosting the array were flabbergasted. They frantically activated the 2 massive arrays and attempted to block the black incubus devil lord's attack. In the array, 3 general stage dark apparitions died due to the double damage of the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array and the E-Wood Melting Fire array. The rest were in a bad state too. They had burnt marks all over their bodies and suffered many injuries. The 8 Arms Devil General was still surviving tenaciously. However, its arms were once again broken due to the lightning attacks from the Thousand Thunder Annihilation array. He had lost 3 arms. He was in excruciating pain and his heart was bleeding. He had paid an enormous price to regrow his arms. In the end, before he could put them to good use and atone for his past mistakes, he lost them again, immediately after he landed on the Xingwu continent. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The general stage dark apparitions struggled desperately, but they were unable to break the array. If the runemasters were given enough time, the dark apparitions would all get killed in the arrays. They were in despair, but the sudden dawn of the black incubus devil lord gave them hope. Sabah noticed the abnormality of the array and laughed. "Humans, you're dead. Once I get out, I'll tear you into pieces." The other dark apparitions were elated too. They looked towards the top of the array in unplanned unison. Crack! A loud cracking sound entered their ears. Then, large pieces of force fragments fell to the ground. The next moment, an explosion came from above the array. The entire array had disintegrated. Multiple force fragments turned into spots of light and disappeared in the air. Master Gorlin and the other runemasters were dumbstruck. The backlash from the array caused them to vomit a mouth of blood, and their auras dwindled. The 12 runemasters got seriously injured in an instant. Amidst peals of crazy laughter, the dark apparitions rushed towards the runemasters. "How dare you!" Yin Tongfang and the martial warriors were afraid of the black incubus devil lord, but they weren't scared of these general stage dark apparitions. Hence, when they noticed that they actually wanted to kill the 12 runemasters, they stopped them indignantly. The runemasters were like the general stage martial warriors in the rune world. In certain situations, they would be of greater use than general stage martial warriors. Hence, all of them were treasures of the human race. The martial warriors wouldn't allow the dark apparitions to harm them. "The game has started." The black incubus devil lord sniggered. She placed her hand on her chin and watched the collision of the two races. A huge battle exploded instantly. The situation was in a mess as a bunch of general stage martial warriors attacked at the same time. The destruction they caused was frightening. The buildings in Star Maple City were all in ruins. The runemasters took the chance to retreat. They weren't general stage martial warriors, so their battle abilities weren't comparable with Yin Tongfang and the others. If they remained here, they would be a burden. Chapter 461. Motivating the Entire Army. In the sky, the general stage martial warriors from both sides were in a heated battle. They moved at the speed of lightning, so from afar, all one could see were balls of lights colliding non-stop with one another, creating loud explosions along the way. The frightening force swept through the sky and destroyed everything in its way. Even though the battle was occurring in the sky, the entire area had turned into a forbidden zone. The ground below them would get implicated by the residual forces. This was how mighty general stage martial warriors were. Every single attack they made had scary consequences. Hence, you could imagine how frightening this life-or-death battle was. The buildings in Star Maple City collapsed one after the other. All that was left was debris. After the array disintegrated, the remaining dark apparitions inside dashed out of Star Maple City. Before this, the runemasters had activated the Thousand Thunder Annihilation Array and the E-Wood Melting Fire Array together and captured multiple dark apparitions in the city. They had killed many dark apparitions with the help of lightning and fire. However, some of the dark apparitions had still managed to survive. They rushed out of Star Maple City crazily, afraid that the arrays would get activated again. These dark apparitions had suffered the torment of 2 huge arrays. The trauma lingered in their hearts. Whenever they recalled the fear of being controlled by lightning and fire, they would shudder. The black incubus devil lord frowned when she saw this scene. "Useless!" Her cold voice echoed in the sky and landed in everyone's ear. The dark apparitions tensed up, and terror appeared on their faces. They knew better than anyone how terrifying and ruthless the black incubus devil lord was. If they offended this lord, they would die a terrible death. "Any escapees will be killed." The black incubus devil lord's voice was indifferent, without any emotions. All the dark apparitions shivered, and their heads turned numb. They glared at the humans and roared as they charged towards them. The humans were in a state of despair the moment the black incubus devil lord appeared. The black incubus devil lord was too strong. The two massive arrays specially crafted by the human runemasters were easily broken by her. Dan Taixin and the other general stage martial warriors seemed exceptionally weak in front of her. Everyone saw what happened during the short exchange of blows between Dan Taixin and the Black Incubus Devil Lord. They knew that Dan Taixin was powerful. Ordinary general stage martial warriors couldn't beat her. However, she had no chance of success when facing the Black Incubus Devil Lord. In that case, which human could resist the Black Incubus Devil Lord? Moreover, the general stage dark apparitions had been released. If the human general stage martial warriors could stop them, that would be the best situation. This was a battle that couldn't be won. While the humans were thinking about this, the dark apparitions' ferociousness got ignited due to their fear of the Black Incubus Devil Lord. They pounced on the human martial warriors. Many people were caught off guard and got bitten to death by the dark apparitions. It was a gruesome and devastating scene. Wang Ting looked at them from the sky, his expression solemn. However, he was wary of the Black Incubus Devil Lord. If he used his spiritual power to control the battlefield again, would the Black Incubus Devil Lord kill him? The Black Incubus Devil Lord suddenly turned and looked at him. She seemed to have sensed his gaze. Wang Ting jumped in fright. It didn't feel good to get targeted by a big boss. Fortunately, the Black Incubus Devil Lord just stared at him mockingly and didn't attack him. Wang Ting heaved a sigh of relief secretly. He turned back to the tragic battlefield below, and a firm gaze appeared in his eyes. Come on, who's afraid? In this situation, he must act. If he was faint-hearted, if he remained still because he was afraid of the Black Incubus Devil Lord, it would become a psychological trauma, and his future cultivation would be affected. He turned serious. Then, he shot into the battlefield and spread his spiritual power to every single corner. The same scene appeared on the battlefield once again. The dark apparitions in the area froze for a second. The human martial warriors were stunned. Almost instantly, they understood what had happened. Wang Ting. It's Wang Ting. They looked at Wang Ting. No one expected him to have the courage to continue fighting after he gained special attention from the Black Incubus Devil Lord. They felt a sense of shame. Compared to him, the despair they felt was nothing. Wang Ting had been right in the arms of the Black Incubus Devil Lord. That was the real hopelessness. Yet, he didn't give up. So, what right did they have to give up? Why are you staring blankly at me? Kill them! A fierce shout came from Wang Ting's mouth. The morale of the human race was roused greatly. They pounced on the dark apparitions and waved their weapons high in the air. The fearless spirit of the human race had appeared once again. Kill! 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 The human martial warriors howled. They seemed to have turned into wild beasts. Even if they had to use their teeth, they would bite the dark apparitions to death. Dan Taixin and Lord Yang, who were fighting in the sky, silently gave their approval when they saw this scene. He had motivated the entire army alone. Wang Ting did well, unexpectedly well. As long as the morale was still there, the humans could continue fighting. On the other side, a hint of surprise flashed past the Black Incubus Devil Lord's eyes. She sized up Wang Ting with interest. This young human martial warrior was interesting. All this while, Wang Ting had kept an eye on the Black Incubus Devil Lord. He wouldn't sit and wait for his death. If the Black Incubus Devil Lord attacked him, he would run away immediately. But to his frustration, the Black Incubus Devil Lord didn't plan to kill him. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. He didn't care about the reason why she didn't kill him. It might be her ego as a formidable warrior, or she might be too lazy to move. Whatever it was, he had the chance to kill the dark apparitions. Along the way, he picked up attribute bubbles too. The greatness of the Black Incubus Devil Lord made him realize how weak he was. He needed to raise his ability quickly. Every inch of improvement meant a higher chance of success. The forces of his 5 elements were close to reaching the 8-star soldier level. He just needed a little more to break through. After clearing the dark apparitions in this area, he immediately turned and shifted to another spot densely packed with dark apparitions. Kong Li and Yuan Xian led their team and fought viciously with the dark apparitions. Ice Wind and Black Widow were beside them too. They rode on their gale wolves and traveled at high speed, hunting the dark apparitions around them. However, there were too many of them. They gradually got exhausted, and casualties started to appear among their ranks. Wang Ting arrived above them. He swept the area with his spiritual power and locked up the dark apparitions. Kong Li and the others were surprised before they cried with joy, feeling invigorated. "It's our leader. Our leader is here." Ice Wind and Black Widow exchanged glances. They were elated. Kill! The troops massacred the dark apparitions when they couldn't move. Form the battle formation! Wang Ting shouted at them. They reacted immediately and started gathering towards the center, quickly assuming the formation of a sword. Chapter 462. The Black Incubus Devil Lord is creating trouble again. Before the war started, the soldiers from the Black Sparrow Troop had come up with a formation to cooperate with the Gale Wolves. Thus, once they heard Wang Ting's words, they immediately got moving. A large sharp sword formed by human martial warriors and Gale Wolves appeared on the battlefield. One could see the complete sword from the bird's eye view. Charge! Wang Ting's voice resounded from the sky. Kong Li and the others rode on their Gale Wolves and followed behind him. They seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, stabbing straight at the fatal spot of their enemies. The sharp blade swept through the battlefield. Wherever it went, all the dark apparitions in the area would be massacred. Complemented by Wang Ting's spiritual power, they suffered no defeat. The war seemed to be tilting towards the human side. Good riddance! Lord Yang and the other martial warriors were surprised and delighted. They didn't expect the 100-men team to become such a powerful force under Wang Ting's command. This was a pleasant surprise. "Where are you looking?" The sheep-headed dark apparition, Sabah, smiled hideously and clawed at Lord Yang's neck. "Go away!" Lord Yang bellowed as he faced the attack. An intense fight started again. On the other side, the 8 Arms Devil General, Zers, also saw Wang Ting. Hatred almost overflowed his eyes. It's him. He had never hated someone weaker than him, but when he saw Wang Ting's face, he couldn't suppress the surging anger and hatred in his heart. Wang Ting had caused him huge suffering. They were arch-enemies. He held his battle blade and pushed Dan Taixian back with a single strike. He wanted to rush down and kill Wang Ting. "If you want to kill my disciple, you have to ask me first." Dan Taixian realized his intention and flared up in anger. She blocked his path, throwing a punch at him. "I'll kill you first before killing him." Killing intent boiled in Zer's heart. Although he lost 3 arms, he still had 5 left. A couple of them were holding blades while the others turned into fists. He slashed and punched Dan Taixian. He had a huge advantage because of his 5 arms. However, Dan Taixian was extremely powerful, and her battle awareness was appalling. She switched between her fists and palms and used her bare hands to block the 8 Arms Devil General's attack. In the midst of it, she even managed to retaliate, causing him to retreat continuously. His face turned black. Wang Ting didn't know that the 8 Arms Devil General had discovered him. He was leading the battle formation formed by his troop on the battlefield, charging right and left. They slaughtered the dark apparitions at an amazing speed like meat on the butcher's chopping board. The Black Incubus Devil Lord leaned back on her black feather throne with one hand on her cheek. She tapped the throne's handle lightly with her other hand and suddenly yawned. Then, she muttered to herself in a lazy voice, "This young man is cheating. This isn't fun." She thought for a moment. Her pitch-black eyes suddenly lit up and she chuckled. "Let's increase the difficulty for him." The moment this thought appeared in her mind, she opened her mouth and said to the general stage dark apparitions in the sky, If any of you can kill that young man, I'll forgive you for almost losing the battle just now." The general stage dark apparitions felt their hearts trembling when they heard this. Their attacks became even more vicious. They wanted to break free and kill Wang Ting. When they arrived at the Xingwu continent, they landed in the humans' array trap due to their carelessness and caused the dark apparitions to suffer a huge loss. They had to bear the blame. No one could run away. As the chief commander of this battle, the Black Incubus Devil Lord had the power to decide their crimes and even their deaths. They might be at the general stage, but once they remembered how terrifying the Black Incubus Devil Lord was, they felt a chill running through their bodies. Now, the Black Incubus Devil Lord was giving them a chance to amend their mistake. How could they give it up so easily? Dan Taixian and Lord Yang were shocked. They didn't expect the Black Incubus Devil Lord to create trouble again. What grudge did she have against Wang Ting? Why must she have him killed? Naturally, they wouldn't allow the general stage dark apparition to kill Wang Ting. Wang Ting was a rare talent of the human race and had the potential to become a formidable warrior in the future. Also, his presence was important in this war. They mustn't let anything happen to him. Thus, they used all their strength to stop the general stage dark apparitions from leaving. Suddenly, there was a blood-curdling scream. A general stage Leakin spurted a black round light ball from his mouth suddenly. The human martial warrior was caught off guard and got hit by the ball of light. The bones in his arm, along with half of his shoulder, got shattered into pieces. However, the vitality of a general stage martial warrior was extremely strong, and his healing ability was powerful too. Even if he had suffered serious injuries, he wouldn't die immediately. But his combat prowess was affected, so he wasn't the Lycan's match anymore. If they continued fighting, there was a high possibility that the Lycan would kill this human martial warrior. However, the next second, the general stage Lycan, Siler, abandoned the martial warrior and turned to charge toward Wang Ting. "Stop him!" Lord Yang and Dan Taichuan's expressions changed. They shouted furiously. If that Lycan broke free, Wang Ting would be in danger. Dan Taixian and Lord Yang wanted to chase after him, but they were held back by other general stage dark apparitions. "Siler, hold back this human. I'll kill that young brat," Zers shouted. He held immense hatred towards Wang Ting and wanted to kill him personally. "Zers, this is my chance to make amends for my mistake. Why should I give it to you?" Siler laughed. He ignored the 8 Arms Devil General's shout. "Damn it!" Zers turned green in anger. Noticing that Dan Taixian wanted to chase Siler, a knowing glance flashed past his eyes. He chose to let her pass. "I must kill that fellow. Stay away as far as you can." Zers sniggered in his heart. Dan Taixian was stunned for a moment, but this wasn't the time to ponder over his actions. Siler was traveling at a fast speed and had almost reached Wang Ting. Wang Ting felt his heart palpitating without any warning. He felt as if a huge danger was befalling him. "Move!" Dan Taichuan's voice hurled down the sky at this moment. She was still a step too late, so she could only shout to warn Wang Ting. Wang Ting instinctively used his space talent and disappeared on the spot. Slash. The next instant, sharp claws slashed through the air where Wang Ting was standing a moment ago. His lingering shadows were clawed into fragments. Siler's figure appeared. He scanned his surroundings and exclaimed softly, "He managed to run away." Boom. Suddenly, a sword glow stabbed through the air, aiming directly at the Lycan dark apparition. Siler frowned. He waved his claw and tore the sword glow into pieces. Wang Ting appeared in the distance. His face was grave, and he was carrying the fire god cannon on his shoulder. It was gathering energy rapidly, its fiery red glow extremely glaring. Siler's heart skipped a beat. He felt a sense of threat from the fire god cannon. Before he could do anything, a cold smile appeared at the edge of Wang Ting's lips. He fired the fire god cannon. Boom! Chapter 463. Hunt Boom. The fire god cannon spat out flames. A highly compressed flaming force ball disappeared from the muzzle of the cannon and shot towards the Leakin not far away, bringing with it a scorching heat. That's a fire god cannon. The sudden attack of the general stage dark apparition and the huge commotion it caused attracted many people's attention. They were all worried about Wang Ting. There was a moment of silence when they saw the item in Wang Ting's hand. Then, their eyes widened in surprise. They didn't know that he had such a powerful weapon on him. They wondered if he could stop the Leakin dark apparition. Under everyone's gaze, the ball of force light sped towards the Leakin at the speed of light and arrived in front of him instantly. Sylar squinted. Then, he suddenly smiled and raised his hand to catch the force ball. Boom! A huge explosion occurred. The next second, the ball of force light erupted, and the flames swallowed the general stage Leakin. He's hit. Everyone stared at the flame intently. They could faintly make out a figure inside. The general stage aura coming from the dark apparition remained strong. He didn't seem to be injured. This result caused their expressions to change. However, Wang Ting didn't wait for the result. He turned around and left after firing the shot. He understood the power of the fire god cannon. It was strong, but it wouldn't offer any life-threatening danger to a general stage formidable warrior. It would only inflict some small injuries. As expected, a figure charged out from the flames and scanned his surroundings. When he saw Wang Ting running away, he moved his body and chased after him. Dan Taixin rushed down without any hesitation to stop Sylar. The 8 Arms Devil General let Dan Taixin off because he wanted to personally take revenge. He hoped that she would stop Sylar so that he could kill Wang Ting. Stop her! Suddenly, the Black Incubus Devil Lord's cold voice came into his ears. The 8 Arms Devil General's expression changed. He turned and looked at the Black Incubus Devil Lord involuntarily. When he met her indifferent gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately chased after Dan Taixin. Although he felt bitter, he didn't dare disobey the Black Incubus Devil Lord. He could only throw away his plan obediently. He didn't expect that Excellency to pay so much attention to Wang Ting. It looked like that brat was dead. The 8 Arms Devil General was fearful of the Black Incubus Devil Lord, so he released all his potential and caught up with Dan Taixin in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch at her back. Dan Taixin felt the terrifying force behind her back, so she had no choice but to turn around and face the attack. She tossed her punch out, and their fists collided with one another. Boom! The frightening force threw them back uncontrollably. Dan Taixin wanted to chase the Leakin, but the 8 Arms Devil General moved and blocked her path. You can't leave, Zers said calmly. Dan Taixin furrowed her brows and dashed towards the 8 Arms Devil General. Since the other party didn't let her pass, she could only kill him first. At the same time, Wang Ting had already escaped far away. He turned back and saw the Leakin chasing him relentlessly. With his fast speed, he would be able to catch up with him very soon. Wang Ting's heart felt heavy. Damn it, why is a general stage dark apparition chasing him? Where is his dignity? Run. He could only run. His life was very important. Wang Ting remained calm on the surface, but his speed increased exponentially. He activated his wind force and covered his body with it, seemingly turning into a gust of wind. Not only that, he used his spiritual power too. It seemed to have formed a pair of invisible wings behind his back. As they flapped, his speed soared. It was like the difference between a normal engine and a turbine generator. Come on, I've never lost in terms of running away. A smirk appeared at the edge of the Lycan's lips. He almost caught up with Wang Ting. He could visualize how he would pinch Wang Ting to death later. But suddenly, his eyes popped out. He saw Wang Ting's speed increasing unscientifically. Then, he darted into the horizon, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Sylar was infuriated. To hell with this human. How could he run at such a speed? As a general stage formidable warrior, he couldn't catch up with a 7-star soldier-level human martial warrior. It would be embarrassing if Sabah and the other dark apparitions saw him. In an instant, he increased his speed to the maximum and chased after Wang Ting. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. The general stage human martial warriors were all held back by the general stage dark apparitions. They couldn't reinforce him. Also, the black incubus devil lord was commanding the dark apparitions. She wouldn't allow other general stage martial warriors to help him. He could only rely on himself. Wang Ting made a firm decision and charged towards the mountain range in the distance. In the empty battlefield there was no place for him to hide. The martial warriors below the general stage couldn't offer much help to him, so it would be useless even if he sought their reinforcement. Hence, he had no chance of winning here. However, the mountain ranges were different. The mountains were unpredictable, so he might have a chance of surviving there. After some time, the human and the dark apparition disappeared from the battlefield. They flew into the thick forest on the mountain. The black incubus devil lord glanced in their direction and yawned. Then, she stood up from her throne. No, it wasn't her true form. It was just a special clone that stood up. Her body was still sitting lazily on the throne. The clone separated from her body and quickly solidified. Soon, it looked no different than the actual lord. Go! The black incubus devil lord waved her hand. Haha, lord, you're so curious today. The clone covered her mouth and smiled. Then, she disappeared gradually. The black incubus devil lord rolled her eyes. Only her clone dared to laugh at her. Well, she was a part of her body. On the battlefield, Kong Li, Ice Wind, and the other soldiers realized what had happened. They wore grim expressions as they looked in the direction Wang Ting disappeared. They were worried. Don't die, Kong Li muttered to herself. She had no confidence. The other party was a general stage dark apparition, while Wang Ting was only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. No matter how she looked at it, he didn't have much hope of coming out alive. Yuan Xian's expression was complicated. Although he disliked Wang Ting, they were both on the same side, so he didn't wish for him to die. Also, Wang Ting was truly capable and strong. He acknowledged his ability. Thus, when he saw him getting chased by a general stage dark apparition, he felt pity. Wang Ting's situation looked grim. However, this was the battlefield, a place of life or death. They had experienced too much of it. Since they couldn't save Wang Ting, they could only turn their sorrow into strength and kill more dark apparitions. In the sky, Dan Taixian frowned, especially when she saw the black incubus devil lord sending a clone to chase after her disciple. She truly wanted Wang Ting to die. Dan Taixian was furious, her attacks becoming sharper and fiercer. The 8 Arms Devil General retreated step by step. The 8 Arms Devil General finally understood how scary a woman could be when she was angry. Boom, boom, boom. Dan Taixian's strength increased. Amidst the explosions of the forces, she fired punches at the 8 Arms Devil General continuously. The 8 Arms Devil General was thrown back under the onslaught. He vomited blood and looked at the lady in fear. When did she become so powerful? On the other side, Wang Ting sprinted towards the depth of the mountain ranges without any hesitation after he entered the primary forest. You can't escape. The Lekan scoffed behind him. Wang Ting didn't reply to him, not even turning his head. He just increased his speed. In this life-or-death moment, he had released all his potential. You won't understand how powerful the general stage is. You won't understand the difference between the general stage and the soldier level either. There's no need to continue running. It's useless. Stop resisting, and I just might give you an intact corpse. If I catch you, I'll break your limbs, tear every inch of your flesh with my teeth, and savor it. You might not know how much I love the taste of talented human flesh. They're exceptionally delicious. Also, the more you struggle, the tastier your flesh will be. I've eaten many talented human martial warriors in the past. I still remember the taste now, as Siler chased Wang Ting. He tried to stimulate him with his words in an attempt to destroy his belief and give him a mental breakdown. However, he didn't know who he was facing. If Wang Ting got frightened by these words, he wouldn't be Wang Ting anymore. Rather, he was angered by the Lycan's words. Killing intent shot out of his eyes. Even though his opponent was at the general stage, a crazy thought of killing him sprouted in his mind. In the past, I met a talented young martial warrior from your race. She was a young lady, and her skin was so smooth. Siler's face turned hideous when he noticed Wang Ting's indifference. He started going into more details. Idiot! Wang Ting gave him a middle finger without turning back. The dark apparitions had been fighting with the humans for many years, so Siler understood what this sign and idiot meant. He burst into anger. This fellow was belittling him even though he was at the general stage. There were many star beasts in the forest, and they got alerted by the commotion. However, feeling the powerful aura exuding from their bodies, they ran away, not daring to get any closer. As the duo headed deeper, some formidable star beasts started appearing. Wang Ting sensed the presence of these star beasts and led the Lycan to their territories. He activated his wave invisibility skill to cover up his aura. The powerful star beasts who got disturbed couldn't find the real invader, so they could only vent their frustration on the Lycan. Roar! The moment a 9-star beast darted out, it was killed by Siler with a smirk. The muscles on Wang Ting's face trembled. He silently picked up the attributes dropped by the star beast and left in a hurry. He didn't have the time to pick up the corpse. What a waste! However, Siler did it for him and kept it. After all, he was the one who made an effort to kill it. The flesh of a 9-star beast wasn't an ordinary item. He wouldn't let it go to waste. Then, he continued chasing Wang Ting. A hint of confusion appeared in his eyes. How did that fellow escape the star beast's detection? He didn't know Wang Ting's method, but he understood immediately once he recalled the attention the Black Incubus Devil Lord gave him. There must be something special about this brat. Siler started to feel curious about Wang Ting. As their journey continued, more and more powerful star beasts appeared. Wang Ting used the same method to let the Lycan suffer tough battles. At the start, Siler didn't mind. 1 or 2 9-star beasts were nothing to him. He even felt that Wang Ting was just putting up his last-ditch, useless struggle. But as more and more star beasts blocked his path, his face turned black. He felt that he was being played. Flames of anger burned in his heart. Bang! He broke the spine of a star beast with his claw and killed it. Then, he panted slightly. After the long chase, he was starting to feel tired too. Come out! He scanned his surroundings and howled in anger. I thought you loved to chase me. Come on, continue. Wang Ting revealed himself and hooked his finger at Siler. He continued running. Damn this human! Siler bellowed in his low voice. He knew that this was Wang Ting's scheme, but he had no other choice. He had to continue chasing. If he couldn't catch Wang Ting and bring him back, the Black Incubus Devil Lord wouldn't let him off. This bit of tiredness was nothing when compared to facing the Black Incubus Devil Lord. Half an hour later, Wang Ting had traveled half the mountain range. He angered another powerful star beast and laughed. Bald Wolf, I prepared a huge gift for you. Please receive it properly. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying and ferocious roar echoed in the forest. Then, a giant tiger with one horn on its head appeared in midair. It was covered with yellow scales that formed armor on its body. It scanned its territory and saw Siler, who was chasing Wang Ting, immediately pouncing on him. Bastard! Siler's face turned black. He knew that this was a half-step Lord-level star beast. He wasn't afraid of it, but he had to pay a higher price if he wanted to kill it. The dark force in his body wasn't endless. The fights before this had used up much of his reserve. Sylar turned and retreated. He wanted to lay low and evade the fight with this golden scale tiger. However, the golden scale tiger didn't plan to let him go so easily. Anyone who dared to invade its territory would have to suffer its wrath. The territorial dominance of a star beast was extremely strong. An intense battle ensued in midair. In the end, the half-step Lord-level golden-scaled tiger still lost to Sylar and was killed on the spot. Sylar kept the corpse of the tiger and looked around him. He wanted to find Wang Ting. This young human was too scheming. He wanted to use this method to exhaust him to death. At this moment, a tinge of hesitation appeared in his heart. But when he remembered that Wang Ting was only at the 7-star soldier level, he laughed at himself. So what if he used up much of his dark force? Killing that young human was still a piece of cake. Wang Ting looked at the golden-scaled tiger that got killed by Sylar. A few large attribute bubbles were floating around it. He immediately used his spiritual power to pick them up secretly. Earth Force *560 blank attribute *399. Suddenly, Wang Ting shuddered. His Earth Force had broken through the barrier and reached the 8-star soldier level. Chapter 464. Are you planning to change a host because you dislike me? Earth Force 280/7000, 8-star. Wang Ting felt the breakthrough in his level and immediately drew out his attributes panel. He never expected his Earth Force to be the first to reach the 8-star soldier level. Mind you, at the start, his Fire Force was way ahead of the other forces. He scanned his attributes panel and noticed that his Fire Force was actually inches away from reaching the 8-star soldier level. Fire Force 4999/5000, 7-star. It was indeed extremely close. All he needed was one more point. Wang Ting felt a little exasperated. In that instant, he felt how evil the system was. If he hadn't opened his attributes panel, he wouldn't have realized that his Fire Force was so close to the 8-star soldier level. If he knew it, he would have killed a fire element star beast. Even a 1-star soldier level star beast was enough to help him raise his level. He looked at the other force attribute. Besides the rarer elements, wind, lightning, ice, and poison, the other 5 elements had seen a tremendous improvement. They were also very close to breaking through. In total, he needed less than 100 force attributes to raise his 5 element. Wang Ting felt the evil intentions of the system. The system. Among all his forces, the one that surprised him the most was Dark Force. Without him knowing, his Dark Force had silently risen to the 9-star soldier level. It wasn't far from the general stage either. Dark Force 8560/9000, 9-star. Wang Ting's expression turned ugly. He didn't sense the breakthrough of his Dark Force. However, it was reasonable that his Dark Force rose tremendously. After all, there was an abundance of dark apparitions on the battlefield, so naturally, more Dark Force attributes would be dropped. Nonetheless, it was strange though. His Dark Force rose from the 7-star soldier level to the 9-star soldier level. It rose 2 whole levels, but he didn't detect anything at all. How did this happen? He couldn't find the reason. He felt that some things had gone out of his control. This feeling wasn't good. Normally, every time his level rose, the force would rise from the force nucleus and flow up his spine to the next force nucleus, settling inside it. The reaction it caused wasn't small, so he would be able to feel it. Wang Ting relaxed and started looking at his body with his conscience. He searched for the 9th force nucleus that had been lit up. Very soon, he realized the problem. The dark force wasn't stored inside the force nucleus. Instead, it had unknowingly merged with the body of his force nucleus. The surface of his 9th force nucleus was covered with dense black patterns. If someone dug his force nucleus out of his body, they might think that he was a dark apparition, The force nucleus looked as if it had been contaminated. The edge of his lips trembled. He didn't sense that he was turning into a dark apparition, but the feeling of things getting out of hand wasn't good. System, didn't you say that nothing will go wrong? Are you planning to change a host because you dislike me? System, you've changed. Wang Ting screamed in his heart. Unfortunately, the system remained as cold and distant as always. It didn't bother to reply to him. Gotcha! Suddenly, Wang Ting heard a sinister laugh. That leaken dark apparition was charging at him. Boom! He waved his sharp claws. The trees that hid Wang Ting got chopped by 2 black claw glows. Then, the claw glows continued flying towards Wang Ting. Wang Ting squinted. He was too careless just now. The force fluctuations created when he rose in level must have attracted the Lycan's attention. Without thinking, he activated his space talent. The air behind him rippled slightly. At the same time, the claw glows arrived in front of his face. The sharp and strong wind scratched his cheeks, leaving thin and small wounds. Blood dripped from the wounds. Wang Ting stared at the black claws. Then, he stepped on the ground and flew back abruptly. Slash. The next moment, the black sharp claws split Wang Ting's lingering shadow into 2. On the other side, Wang Ting's true form appeared. There was cold sweat on his forehead. He turned around and continued running away without hesitation. That is the power of space. Siller's expression turned eerie. There was disbelief in his eyes. This time, because of the close distance, he detected the source of the secretive power. It was the power of space. There was no doubt about it. This young human had managed to grasp the power of space. However, he was only a 7-star soldier-level martial warrior. Even if he had reached the 8-star soldier level a moment ago, he was still a huge distance away from the general stage. Yet, there were rarely any general stage warriors who were able to grasp the power of space. Only those at the peak of the general stage might be able to touch the door of space power. Even then, it was impossible for them to use it smoothly like this young human. Siller's gaze flickered. He snorted and stepped on the ground. He turned into lingering shadows as he chased after Wang Ting. The answers would be revealed once he caught that young human. He didn't believe that this young human could use space power endlessly. Once he reached his limit, he would fall in his hands. Wang Ting felt the Lycan behind him getting closer and closer. He turned serious. Because of his mistake, the distance between them had shortened greatly, and his advantage was gone. He couldn't continue like this. He would get caught sooner or later. Wang Ting gritted his teeth and made his decision. With his current ability, he might have a 10% to 20% chance of killing his opponent if he gave it his all. Even if there was only a 10% or 20% possibility, he must do it. If he didn't, death was his only option. At this moment, his vision included his own, as well as Little White's in the air. Very few people detected Little White's presence. In this primary forest within the mountains, it was a huge assistance to Wang Ting. He relied on Little White's vision-sharing ability to accurately find the positions of the powerful star beasts. Now, he was preparing a huge gift for that Lycan. Not long after Little White absorbed the 4-star fire element star core, Wang Ting had fed the 5-star star core to it. Little White was extremely talented and was always looking for fights. With Wang Ting's help, it managed to reach 5-star successfully. Although this level wasn't high nor low, its progress was already swift. After all, it had only been with Wang Ting for a short time and had already managed to reach its level. As its ability rose, the range of its connection with Wang Ting increased by many times. Wang Ting ordered Little White to fly deep into the mountain range using the power of the spiritual pet contract. He was looking for something in the mountain. Not long after, he finally saw a dazzling ball of fire element force glow through Little White's vision. That's it. Wang Ting was elated. He suddenly changed his direction and darted to the left of the forest. The Lycan chasing him was stunned for a moment. He frowned. He wasn't stupid, so he could see that this young human seemed extremely familiar with this forest. He could always find the location of star beasts and create trouble for him. What tricks does this young human have this time? Chapter 465. Come quickly, you can do it to Sylar. This young human was a sinister and tricky person. That was why he was able to think of such an irritating and torturous scheme. He had never met such a frustrating fellow. He was only at the 7-star soldier level, but he was forced to spend such a long time chasing him. He would be embarrassed if anyone found out. Wang Ting shot towards the ball of red glow he saw using Little White's vision while feeling his ability. All in all, the Dark Force was at the top among all his force attributes currently. He was facing a life-threatening danger now, so he didn't have the time to ponder over the abnormality of the Dark Force. He just hoped that he could use it. It didn't matter what force it was. As long as he could kill the Dark Apparition, it was a good force. Even if it was the Dark Force, he would use it if it could help him kill the general stage Dark Apparition. He had no dislike for it. Very soon, Wang Ting realized that he could still use his Dark Force smoothly. He didn't feel anything strange. He heaved a sigh of relief. If any troubles happened now, he would be in a dire situation. Since he was able to use his Dark Force normally, it meant that he could execute the power of a 9-star soldier-level martial warrior at its peak. Along with his other skills and techniques, there was a higher chance of him killing the general stage Dark Apparition. But to Wang Ting, this wasn't enough. His pupils twirled around as he commanded Little White to silently close in on the crimson ball of light. If one knew the enemy and oneself, they would not need to fear the result of 100 battles. Based on the intensity of the force glow, this star beast must be at the Lord level. If he had no better idea, he wouldn't go and provoke this formidable presence. Wang Ting used the power of the spiritual pet contract to command Little White forward. He was extremely careful, trying his best to not alert the Lord-level star beast. He didn't want to lose Little White here. Little White retracted its force under Wang Ting's order. It carefully flew closer to the Lord-level star beast's territory just like an ordinary bird. As it got closer, it felt the scorching aura in this area. Huge rocks stood erected in the middle of this dense forest. The trees here grew strangely too. The leaves were fiery red, looking like flames sparkling on the trees. Even though it was extremely hot, the ground was wet. Molds could be seen everywhere. Little White flew low in the sky. It circled the huge rocks covered with mold and soared through the fiery red leaves growing on the trees. Suddenly, Wang Ting asked it to stop and hide. Right in front, in the middle of a pile of broken rocks, a green flame was burning. Beside this flame lay a hideous and gigantic scorpion. It looked like an armored tank hibernating on the ground. As its mouth opened and closed, as it breathed, small wisps of flames from the green fire got sucked into its stomach. There was a ball of flame on the tip of its tail, covering its poisonous stinger. It looked very strange. It was obvious that this Lord-level giant scorpion shouldn't be provoked. It looked like a metal armor flaming scorpion, but its flames should be red, not green. Wang Ting felt puzzled when he saw the appearance of the giant scorpion. Could it have mutated? A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. His gaze landed on the green flame. If it had mutated, it would be harder to deal with. A glow appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He felt that the Lycan would be extremely satisfied with the opponent he had found for him. He commanded Little White to leave. However, an unexpected situation occurred. Little White stared intently at the green flame, a strong yearning surging into its heart. It used the spiritual pet contract to send its feelings to Wang Ting. "You want that flame?" Wang Ting asked through the power of the contract. After receiving the confirmation, He persuaded Little White for a long time before it managed to curb the immense temptation. Boom! Sylar got impatient. He started attacking while chasing Wang Ting, attempting to lower his speed. Explosions resounded in the forest, and the trees around them were all chopped into pieces. Their chase had implicated many low-rank star beasts. While Wang Ting was dodging, he hurriedly picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by those unlucky star beasts. Wood Force *15 Fire Force *10 blank attribute *3 At a certain moment, his Fire Force achieved a breakthrough. Fire Force 9/7008 star, a glint flashed past his eyes. He didn't feel much excitement since he only lacked 1 point. Hence, it was predictable that it would rise in level. However, he didn't mind teasing the Leakin behind him. All the best. Continue attacking. Believe in yourself. You will be able to hit me soon, Wang Ting said seriously after evading his opponent's attack. Sylar. The muscles on his face twitched, and he felt his blood boiling. This human dared to provoke him. I will kill you, Sylar bellowed. Come quickly. You can do it. Wang Ting hooked his finger at him. Sylar raged, his attacks turning even more ferocious. He felt that if he didn't kill this human, he wouldn't be able to live in peace, and his lifespan would be cut short by 10 years. Boom, boom, boom. More and more unlucky star beasts died under his flames of anger. Sylar didn't know that his actions were involuntarily helping Wang Ting in increasing his ability. The remaining 3 forces finally reached the 8-star soldier level consecutively. Metal Force 35/7008 star, Wood Force 18/7008 star, Water Force 40/7008 star. As his ability rose, Wang Ting's confidence in killing the Leakin Dark apparition also increased. Finally, he led his opponent to the territory of the metal armor flaming scorpion. Sylar immediately felt the frightening atmosphere in this hoodoo's forest. However, Wang Ting didn't give him any time to react. He took out MOK and slashed it deep into the forest. Boom! As the blade glow landed among the hoodoos, a terrifying, shrill cry was heard. Sylar's expression changed. He forcefully stopped in his tracks. Wang Ting took the chance while he was hesitating to dart into the forest. He left through the path he had pre-planned using Little White's vision and evaded the general stage Lycan's detection. Damn it! Sylar's expression was extremely ugly. He had already seen the huge scorpion crawling quickly out from the hoodoos. Once again, he lost sight of Wang Ting. The metal armor scorpion noticed Sylar too. It hissed at him. To his surprise, it started speaking human language. Get out of my territory! Wang Ting, who was hiding in the dark, was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen a star beast that could speak human language. Sylar didn't find it weird. As a dark apparition, destruction and havoc were carved into his bones. How could he bow down to a star beast? Even if the star beast was at the Lord level. The metal armor giant scorpion noticed that the invader wasn't backing down, so it stopped talking. It hissed and charged towards Sylar, smashing its giant pincers at his head. Kill! Chapter 466. Watching the intense battle from a distance, the metal armor flaming scorpion was the overlord of this region. All the other star beasts bowed their heads to it. Hence, it was enraged by the sudden invasion of the Leakin Dark apparition. It didn't attack him at the start because it was wary of its opponent's ability. However, the Leakin showed no signs of backing down. The metal armor flaming scorpion wasn't afraid of the other party, so it launched its attack directly. Boom! Sylar roared as the metal armor flaming scorpion charged at it aggressively. He welcomed it boldly. He raised his sharp claws and blocked the huge pincers of the metal armor flaming scorpion. The collision sounded like 2 metal objects clanging into each other. In front of the tank-like giant figure of the scorpion, Sylar seemed a little small. However, He was able to resist the powerful attack of the metal armor flaming scorpion head-on. As a Lord-level star beast, the metal armor flaming scorpion's intelligence was on par with humans. After it sensed the invasion of a powerful presence, it immediately turned vigilant. Sylar moved his body and darted through the huge pincers. He leaped up into the air and slashed his sharp claws at his enemy. Two black claw glows aimed right for the metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes. The metal armor flaming scorpion moved its two front legs. Although its body was huge, it still managed to retreat quickly. It was quite agile. The black claw glows landed in the air. Sylar wanted to chase after it, but he felt a strong gale above his head. The metal armor flaming scorpion had curled its body into a crescent. The poisonous sting at the tip of its tail stabbed towards Sylar as it burned with a green flame. Sylar's expression changed. He saw the poisonous sting covered with green flame and felt fearful of it. He didn't dare to receive it, so he flew back to evade the attack. Wang Ting hid in the dark and activated his wave invisibility skill to its maximum. To prevent the metal armor flaming scorpion from detecting him, he had specially used many blank attributes to raise his wave invisibility skill to the perfected stage. Wave invisibility. 5,000 perfected. He spent 6,550 blank attributes in total before the wave invisibility skill reached the perfected stage. If he hadn't picked up all the blank attributes from the huge number of star beasts killed, there might not have been enough blank attributes in his reserve. He looked at his attributes panel and gave a forced smile. Blank attribute. 3,200. He only had 3,200 blank attributes left. He felt his heart aching just thinking about it. It hadn't been easy to collect all these blank attributes. However, thinking back, all these powerful star beasts were killed by other people. That meant that these blank attributes were free. This wasn't the main point. The main point was, his heart ached. Of course, he could feel the benefits of having a perfected stage wave invisibility skill. Currently, he seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, merging into the air around him. He also planted some invisibility runes on himself. This way, no one would be able to detect him, not even general stage martial warriors. If not, the metal armor flaming scorpion would be heading for him, and not the Leakin. He raised his head and looked at the sky. As a Lord-level star beast, the metal armor flaming scorpion was able to float in the air. The midair battle between the scorpion and the Leakin was astonishing. Many trees and hoodoos below them were destroyed, sending debris flying everywhere. Wang Ting stuck out his tongue in amazement. As expected of a battle between general stage presences. It was appalling. The metal armor flaming scorpion had left its nest, so Little White got restless. It wanted to eat the green flame. Don't go. Wang Ting ordered it sternly. He also felt helpless. This wasn't the time to steal things. The metal armor flaming scorpion might have left some traps behind to prevent more intruders. What if they got discovered while trying to steal the green flame? His plan would go down the drain, and they would have to suffer the scary attacks of the metal armor flaming scorpion. The Leakin was enough to tire him out. If the metal armor flaming scorpion joined in, he could just surrender and die. This was the first time Wang Ting scolded Little White so fiercely. Because of the situation, it didn't dare to make any sound. It could only send its hurt emotions to him. Be patient. Once both of them suffer serious injuries, you'll find a chance to kill them. You can then swallow that green flame in peace. Wang Ting coaxed Little White like a child. Little White's increased ability would be great assistance to him. Obviously, the green flame offered many benefits to Little White. If he had a choice, he wouldn't let it go. On the other end, the clone of the Black Incubus Devil Lord also reached the scene. She looked at the battle below and shook her head. Idiot! Never mind, the true form only asked me to watch the show. She didn't ask me to act. The clone of the black incubus devil lord perfectly inherited the laziness and cold-blooded nature of the real black incubus devil lord. If it didn't need to act, it wouldn't. It was indifferent towards the death of other dark apparitions too. The metal armor flaming scorpion and the Leakin were having a heated battle. Wang Ting felt excited watching it. He wanted to stand up and cheer for them. Unfortunately, this wasn't the right time. He stared at the two parties exchanging blows and waited for the chance to attack. Both the metal armor flaming scorpion and the Leakin were injured. Many cracks could be seen on the metal armor flaming scorpion's hard armor. One of its legs was broken and twisted at a weird angle, lowering its battle ability greatly. Sylar was in no better state. Most of his fur was already burnt by the rune array. After the fire attacks by the scorpion, more burnt marks had appeared on his body. These were just the external injuries. His organs suffered too. Fire poison had invaded his body. He wasn't in a good state. At this moment, Wang Ting's plan was halfway to success. Actually, it was just a rough plan. He wanted to make use of the arrogance of a general stage warrior and the nature of the dark apparitions and the star beasts. Dark apparitions were vicious and brutal. Star beasts possessed intelligence, but they were still wild beasts. There was no doubt that a fight would break out once they met. Even more, Wang Ting was flaming the sparks at the side. Suddenly, Wang Ting's gaze froze. The metal armor flaming scorpion hissed with rage in midair. Huge flames started to engulf its entire tail. It swept towards the dark apparition like a burning long whip. Sylar's expression changed. He didn't expect the metal armor flaming scorpion to launch a killing move. He could feel a frightening high temperature from the burning tail. If he was hit, he would be seriously injured. The most fearful part was the poisonous sting at the end of the tail. That was the fatal threat. Even his dark force wouldn't be able to resist the flaming poison of this Lord-level star beast. However, the metal armor flaming scorpion had been preparing this move for a long time. It launched its attack suddenly, so it wouldn't let Sylar evade it so easily. Sylar realized this too. A mad look appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth, and a black ball of dark force quickly formed in it. Roar! Before the flaming tail whip arrived, the black ball of force had finished forming. Sylar tilted his head back and bellowed furiously. He spurted the ball out. The black ball turned into a lingering shadow and slammed into the metal armor flaming scorpion's tail. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded in the air. The power of this black ball of force was overwhelming. It exploded when it touched the tail. The metal armor flaming scorpion gave a shrill cry of agony. Chapter 467. Sir, save me! Amidst the fierce explosion, the flames on the tail of the metal armor flaming scorpion jumped furiously and the hard armor was blown apart. Its flesh was torn to shreds, blood oozing out. The metal armor flaming scorpion was enraged. It bore with the pain and continued sweeping towards the Leakin with the same strength. It hit the Leakin fiercely. Bang! Sylar's entire body got thrown back from the hit. The next moment, a shrill scream came out of his mouth. When he got hit by the metal armor flaming scorpion's tail, the green flames crawled onto his body and engulfed him. It started burning violently. At this moment, Sylar had become a burning man. He rolled on the ground, trying to put out the green flames with the dark force seeping out of his body. It would have been better if he didn't use his force. The moment he activated his force, the green flames grew bigger as if more fuel was added to it. Wang Ting's gaze flickered. After a moment of confusion, he regained his senses. This was the special trait of the green flame. Indeed, it wasn't an ordinary flame. He felt that he didn't need to kill the Leakin personally. The scorpion would do it for him. After seeing the power and special trait of the green flame, Wang Ting was even more determined to get the flame. He needed to think of a way. Idiot! At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Wang Ting's expression changed. He saw a figure gradually appearing in the sky. Black Incubus Devil Lord. Why was she here? His expression turned ugly. The appearance of Black Incubus Devil Lord had ruined his plan entirely. However, under his spiritual sight, Wang Ting noticed something amiss. No, this isn't right. Why is the light around her so weak? She isn't Black Incubus Devil Lord. The force glow around this person had only reached 10-star general stage. Yet, the force glow around Black Incubus Devil Lord was extremely thick and was way ahead of this level. Wang Ting would never guess that Black Incubus Devil Lord's intention was to let her clone follow them and spy on them. She thought that Siler would be able to take down Wang Ting easily since he was at the general stage. Hence, there was no need for her clone to act. She didn't expect Wang Ting to lure Siler to the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and discover the green flame. The clone of the Black Incubus Devil Lord was interested in the green flame. "Lady, save me!" Siler screamed in pain when he heard the voice and saw the clone of Black Incubus Devil Lord. "Lady?" Wang Ting got confused again. Looking at how this general stage dark apparition called her, could she really be Black Incubus Devil Lord? Or did the Leaken burn his brain and recognize the wrong person? You can't catch a soldier-level human martial warrior and even ended up in this state. What's the point of saving you? The clone replied nonchalantly. "Lady, it's my fault. I failed to complete the task and am willing to accept the punishment. Please save me." Siler felt despair. He was swallowed in flames. He kneeled in midair and raised his hands at the clone, begging her to save him. "Humph!" The clone snorted. Still, she waved her hand and used some method to remove the green flames on Siler's body. However, the process took some time. It looked like even the clone had to spend some effort to deal with the green flame. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion didn't dare to move. It felt a sense of danger from this clone. Although this clone was at the same level as Siler, they couldn't be compared. Even more, it was already injured, so it wouldn't have any advantages if it started a fight with the other party. After removing the green flame, the clone compressed it into a ball and waved her hand. The ball flew into her palm. She observed the floating green flame on her palm with interest. Then, she turned to look at the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and said calmly, "Hand over the flame, and I'll spare your life." "In your dreams!" The metal armor Flaming Scorpion burst in anger. Although it was fearful of the clone's ability, it wouldn't hand over its most important thing because of a few threats. The green flame was the source of its power. It allowed it to mutate from a normal metal armor Flaming Scorpion to the king of this area. It was the reason why it became stronger and stronger. Taking the green flame away was equivalent to touching its life. "Since you don't agree, you can die." The clone stretched her back lazily and tilted her head. She said to Siler, who was panting painfully at the side, "Why are you standing there? I didn't save you so that you can watch the show at the side." Siler was in a miserable state. His body was black, and all his fur had been burnt by the flames. He was a bald wolf now. Although he was in excruciating pain, he didn't dare to disobey the clone's order. He replied hurriedly, "Yes, I will kill that beast immediately." He glared hatefully at the metal armor Flaming Scorpion after he finished speaking. This beast had almost killed him. The only way to vent the anger in his heart was to kill it. Die! The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was infuriated. Not only did these two invaders want to snatch its treasure, but they also wanted to kill him. Other people might be able to bear with it, but not the scorpion. Amidst its angry hisses, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion burst into flames. This time, it wasn't just its tail. Its entire body was burning in green fire. The tank-sized giant figure appeared majestic and domineering in the fire. "Oh my, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion has been forced into a corner and is going all out." Wang Ting could feel that the green flames were putting heavy pressure on the metal armor Flaming Scorpion's body. Even if it didn't get seriously injured after this war, its ability would be greatly discounted. However, Wang Ting was happy to see this. The more powerful the scorpion became, the greater the threat it possessed to the two dark apparitions. Hence, the more beneficial the situation was to him. Siller's face turned green when he saw the burning scorpion. One flaming tail was enough to take half of his life away, much less an entire body. How was he supposed to fight? Could someone tell him how he was supposed to fight? Siler screamed in his heart, feeling exasperated. No matter where he hit, he would get affected by the flames. What should he do? The metal armor flaming scorpion didn't give him any time to think. It rushed towards Siler with its flaming body and snapped at him with its giant pincers. Siler evaded the attack hurriedly. He didn't dare to touch the metal armor flaming scorpion, afraid that the flames would burn him again. The metal armor flaming scorpion was filled with rage. It started hurling all its attacks at Siler, its giant pincers, its poisonous sting. The clone couldn't bear to see the fight any longer. This fellow was utterly useless. She moved her body and appeared beside Siler. She slapped him away with one hand. Go away! The metal armor flaming scorpion saw its target being thrown away and immediately shifted its anger on the clone. It threw all its attacks at her. Chapter 468. Killing the general stage dark apparition. The clone's face was as cold as ice. Her lazy expression had long disappeared. As she faced this giant metal armor flaming scorpion who dared to wave its pincers at her, she decided to give it an unforgettable memory. Boom! She raised her fair and smooth palm and slammed it forward. The huge pincers covered with green flames were pushed away by a frightening force, and a huge patch of green flame was extinguished. The clone's palm didn't get stained with any of the green flames, though. Cracks appeared on the shell of the metal armor flaming scorpion's giant pincers due to the clone's attack. This gentle push possessed such great power. Wang Ting squinted when he saw this scene from his hiding spot. This black incubus devil lord was also at 10-star general stage, but she was much more powerful than the Leakin. His gaze landed on the clone's palm and his eyes lit up. There was a thin layer of light shining on her palm. It was like a shield protecting her hand. The green flames did have some effect. With his sharp eyes, he noticed a few strands of green flames sticking on the faint layer of light. It was burning and damaging the layer. However, the clone's control ability was strong. The moment the layer of light got damaged, a new layer was formed. An invisible force spread above the layer of light and shook off the green flames on it. This was the special method Black Incubus Devil Lord used to block the green flames. She still feared it. Wang Ting felt relieved. This was enough to prove that the Black Incubus Devil Lord in front of him wasn't as terrifying as the one he met before. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other side. The Leakin flew back in a bedraggled state after he got thrown away by Black Incubus Devil Lord. He seemed a little awkward. Although he was exasperated, he didn't dare reveal his displeasure because of Black Incubus Devil Lord. He couldn't offer any assistance to the fight between Black Incubus Devil Lord and the metal armor flaming scorpion, so he awkwardly waited at the side. Soon, he remembered the mastermind behind everything and started scanning the forest below to find Wang Ting. If he didn't kill this sinister human, he wouldn't be Siler. Wang Ting saw the ruthless gaze of the Leakin and smiled. Did he torture the dark apparition a little too much? The other party hated him very much. That gaze looked as if he wanted to bite him. In that case, why don't I secretly kill the Leakin while Black Incubus Devil Lord is fighting with the Scorpion? After all, if Black Incubus Devil Lord killed the metal armor flaming Scorpion, he would have to face two general stage dark apparitions simultaneously. The Leakin had suffered serious injuries, so this was the best time to ambush him. Wang Ting's gaze turned sharp. He looked at his attributes panel, focusing on the assassination skill in his repertoire. In the past, he didn't use it because he didn't have the chance. However, this seemed to be the perfect scenario to use this technique. But the assassination skill level was a little low. It was at the foundation stage. Obviously, it wasn't enough to deal with the general stage dark apparition. Increase. He threw all his 3,200 blank attributes into this skill. The assassination skill rose from foundation to small achievement to big achievement. It finally settled on the perfected stage. Assassination. 1613/5000 perfected. With the help of the blank attributes, memories of the assassination skill floated into Wang Ting's mind. In his memory, the outline of a light figure appeared. It started executing all the assassination techniques, starting from the easiest and gradually getting more complicated and profound. The figure showed the learning process from a novice to a master. Finally, the memories merged into Wang Ting's mind and body and became part of his ability. In an instant, he changed from an ordinary person into an assassination machine. It was as if he had experienced many years of brutal training. His gaze changed. Once Wang Ting entered the state, his gaze turned indifferent and cold-blooded. He became extremely logical and calm. This was the basic quality of an assassin. Unfortunately, all his 3,200 points of blank attributes were gone. If not, Wang Ting would have increased his assassination skill to the peak of the perfected realm. Now, he could only use what he had. However, with the addition of his space talent and concealing skills, he could more than double the effect. The next second, his body disappeared on the spot. No traces were left behind, as if he had merged into the air. This was a practical application of the assassination skill. Along with the concealing skills, he was able to merge with the surroundings to wait for the opportunity to launch the lethal move. The Leakin dashed into the forest below and searched for Wang Ting crazily. He hated him to the core. The pain coming from every inch of his body constantly reminded him that his sufferings were all caused by that young human. But no matter how he searched, he was unable to find Wang Ting's hiding spot. This made him mad, his eyes turning bloodshot. Suddenly, his head turned numb and his heart started palpitating without any warning. His general stage battle awareness caused him to move to the side without thinking. Blood blossomed in the air. "Come out!" the Leakin shouted angrily. He had almost suffered a lethal blow just now. Although he had dodged it, he still received a deep cut on his arm. He was forced into a tight corner by a soldier-level human martial warrior. This was a humiliation for a general stage warrior. However, Wang Ting didn't continue after the first sneak attack. The space around him became distorted, and he disappeared without a trace. The Leakin swung his wolf claws and destroyed all the trees around him so that Wang Ting wouldn't have any place to hide. Wang Ting launched his attack again. He shot out from the side and slashed his sharp sword at the Leakin, adding another wound to the collection. Roar! "Human, come out and have a duel with me! Don't hide like a mouse! Come out! Come out!" The Leakin almost went crazy. He sensed that Wang Ting was around him, but he couldn't find him no matter what. He felt extremely frustrated and irritated. "As you wish." Wang Ting's cold voice echoed beside his ears. Before the Leakin could feel happy, another cut appeared on his thigh. Wang Ting was using Quebec. It was so sharp that even the indomitable body of a general stage dark apparition couldn't block it. The cut was extremely deep, going all the way into his flesh. Even his bones could be seen. The Leakin staggered and almost fell. His leg trembled as large amounts of blood started flowing down his leg. "Howl! I will kill you! I will kill you!" He bellowed while attacking everything in his path frantically. "Come, kill me! I'm here! I'm here!" Wang Ting's mocking tone resounded all around him. It drilled into the Lycan's ear from all directions like cursed chants. Chapter 469. As expected of a general stage warrior, Wang Ting used his assassination skill and disturbed the Lycan's mind with the methods recorded to make him mad. By right, the mentality of a general stage warrior shouldn't be so weak. However, the Lycan had suffered multiple stimulations and attacks, so he wasn't able to keep his cool anymore. To him, Wang Ting's voice was like an evil curse. His mind was about to explode from the pain, and he started attacking aimlessly. Slash. 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 Wang Ting wounded the Lycan continuously, leaving many hideous cuts on his body. After some time, the Lycan was already covered with blood. He looked miserable. All these happened within a short time. Assassination required speed, accuracy, and brutality. If too much time was wasted, the Lycan would notice something amiss and recover his senses. However, the outcome was inevitable now. Almost there, Wang Ting thought to himself as he looked at the wounds on the Lycan's body. Immediately after, the crazy Lycan suddenly froze. Then, he opened his mouth and vomited black blood. He was flabbergasted. This sudden change caused him to calm down instantly. He bellowed, "What did you do?" Wang Ting didn't reply to him. He waited quietly for the poison force of the demon lotus poison body to explode entirely in his body. "You're a poison element martial warrior." Sylar was in disbelief after he felt the change in his body. He quickly sensed an extremely troublesome and strong poison in him. Without him knowing, it had already spread to his entire body. Even his dark force got corroded by it. What a frightening poison force! Sylar wanted to get rid of the poison force, but it was glued to his body and force. Even the most infectious dark force had become helpless in front of this poison force. "Damn it, come out. I want to kill." Sylar tried his best to resist the poison force in his body as he roared in anger. However, before he could finish speaking, he vomited another mouthful of black blood. Wang Ting squinted. He traveled through space and appeared behind the Lycan. Then, he threw his MOK out. Roar! Sylar felt the threat of death. He forcefully twisted his body and opened his mouth, a black force ball congregating at high speed in it. "I've been waiting for this move," Wang Ting scoffed. A sinister red light appeared in his eyes. It stabbed right into the Lycan's eyes. Bewitch. He used the bewitching skill he had picked up from a vampire dark apparition on this Lycan dark apparition. The Lycan was caught off guard and fell into Wang Ting's trap. "Die!" Wang Ting waved MOK down during his moment of absent-mindedness. Splurt! Fresh blood sprayed out of the neat cut. The Lycan's head flew into the air. Impossible! The excruciating pain forced the Lycan to regain his consciousness. At that instant when his head was chopped, his consciousness was still alive. He recognized the hypnotic battle technique. It was exactly like the bewitched talent ability of the vampire race. As a dark apparition, he died of a dark apparition's skill. And the person who killed him was a soldier-level human. The Lycan widened his eyes in regret as his consciousness seeped into the darkness. A wolf head dropped from the sky and smashed on the ground. It rolled a few times before stopping a few steps away. His body crashed onto the ground loudly. Wang Ting panted. He felt emotional as he looked at the wolf's head. Damn it, it was so hard to kill a general stage warrior. He almost went to hell with him. Fortunately, everything ended well. It might seem as if he didn't use much effort, but he had to combine his schemes and the assassination methods to kill his opponent. The process was arduous and strenuous. A single error could end his life. After all, that was a general stage dark apparition. Fortunately, he kept his life and killed the general stage dark apparition. He had no time to feel proud, though. There was another stronger dark apparition waiting for him to kill. That was the real trouble. Wang Ting kept the corpse of the Lycan in his space ring and looked at the attribute bubbles floating on the ground. Dark Force *1200 Advanced Stage Dark Talent *300 Spiritual Realm Spirit *220 Spiritual Realm Enlightenment *280 Dark Wind Bullet *420 Wang Ting was almost blinded by the hundreds and thousands of attribute. This was the first time he had gained so many attributes from an individual. In the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. As expected of a general stage warrior, he was a living attribute machine. Of course, this machine was a little too powerful. Wang Ting stared at the attribute bubbles in front of him hesitantly. His dark force was already at the peak of 9-star soldier level. He was 440 points away from reaching the general stage. But there were 1,200 points of dark force right in front of him. It was within reachable distance. Many martial warriors worked and fought hard to reach this stage. The majority of them collapsed halfway through the journey, including the gifted ones. In the end, only a small percentage of talents would climb to the top and step through the gates to turn into formidable warriors. Now, the opportunity was right in front of Wang Ting, but he was hesitating. He would be beaten to death if he told others about it. Wang Ting was in a dilemma because this was the dark force. If it was another force, he would have jumped in joy. Not long ago, he had discovered something strange about his dark force. Before he figured out what happened, he was still wary of it. If he was assimilated, he wouldn't be able to save himself even if he cried his heart out. His only consolation was that the dark force in his body didn't give him any adverse effect. I don't care. The opportunity is right here. To hell with the abnormality. After a short moment of hesitation, Wang Ting made his decision. Seeking wealth in risk. The system had already lowered the risk to its minimum. If he still worried so much, he might as well go back and enjoy his inheritance. He had a strong opponent waiting to attack him. The stronger he was, the higher his chance of surviving. Isn't it just a 10-star general? After this breakthrough, I'll kill that female dark apparition. Wang Ting picked up the spirit attributes first. He had used up much of his spirit when he was running away, so he needed to replenish it. Then, he picked up the enlightenment and advanced stage dark talent. These two attributes would enhance his control of dark force. He felt anxious about his dark force, so he hoped that he could increase his control of it through raising his enlightenment and the related talent. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, Wang Ting's enlightenment increased. His mind got clearer. The 300 points of advanced stage dark talent allowed his dark talent to rise exponentially. Advanced stage dark talent. 330 out of 1,000. Wang Ting instantly felt that his sensitivity and grasp of the dark talent had become sharper and easier. Chapter 470. Boss, don't worry. Let me help you. Moving along, the next special battle technique was Dark Wind Bullet. Wang Ting had received the same battle technique from a human who had turned into a dark apparition. However, at that time, he only received a few attribute points. He didn't want to waste blank attributes on it, so he had shelved it away. Now, he had received 420 points of Dark Wind Bullet attributes from the Lycan, allowing his skill to rise to the small achievement stage. This proved that the Lycan's grasp of this technique was higher than the other dark apparition. Dark Wind Bullet. 321 for 500 small achievement. Wang Ting disregarded the attribute after a single glance. The Dark Wind Bullet was not bad, but the most important thing was the rise in his dark force level. The last few attribute bubbles were pitch black, dense like an endless black hole. He picked them up. The dark force attribute bubbles immediately merged into Wang Ting's body. Boom! Wang Ting shuddered. As the dark force seeped into his body, the dark force inside his ninth force nucleus reached its limit. This time, he focused his attention on his body and carefully observed the changes in the dark force. He realized that the dark force did merge with his force nucleus. Next, similar black patterns started forming on the surface of the force nucleus. This represented the perfected state of the dark force in the ninth force nucleus. There were 9 force nuclei in a human. They were distributed on the spine, starting from the tailbone and ending at the back of the head. When the 9 force nuclei reached a perfected state, force would overflow and run through the entire spine. At that moment, the ability of the martial warrior would undergo a tremendous change as they advanced to the general stage. Wang Ting knew that the dark force would run through his spine very soon, so he felt a little nervous. He prepared his cultivation technique so that he could use it to push dark force through his spine when it overflowed his force nucleus. That way, he would be able to advance to the general stage. He waited for some time. After his 9th force nucleus reached the perfected state, it quietened down. There was no movement from it. Wang Ting. He was stunned. What is this? What just happened? What am I doing? His mind was full of curses. Why didn't he advance to the general stage? Why didn't anything happen in the end? Damn it. System, are you playing with me? Wang Ting felt that the world was playing a prank on him. Damn it. He pointed his middle finger at the sky before taking a deep breath. Then, he stopped dawdling over this issue and turned to rush towards the area where the black incubus devil lord and the metal armor flaming scorpion were fighting. From afar, he could tell that the metal armor flaming scorpion was dying. As expected, the female dark apparition wasn't an easy opponent. The metal armor flaming scorpion was in a terrible state after withstanding the fierce attacks by the clone. When Wang Ting came near, he noticed that the green flames on the scorpion had turned dim. It was going to be extinguished soon. There were many cracks on its shell too. Wounds could be seen everywhere, and green blood covered its entire body. However, the clone also had some scratches on her body. There were a few unobvious burnt marks caused by the green flames, and her hands were trembling slightly. She had paid a huge price to destroy the hard shell of the metal armor flaming scorpion. The clone of the black incubus devil lord was floating 10 meters away as she stared at the metal armor flaming scorpion sternly. The black incubus devil lord only gave it the ability of a 10-star general stage martial warrior, so she had trouble killing this star beast. She frowned while complaining in her heart. She had almost exhausted all the dark force in her body. She was a clone made of dark force, so her ability to absorb dark force to replenish her stock wasn't very effective. Once she used up all the dark force she had, she would disappear automatically. Why isn't that idiot back? All he needed to do was to catch the human. What's he doing? The clone was furious. She looked in the direction of their fight a moment ago. Unfortunately, her ability was limited currently, so she couldn't sense the situation there. She would never expect the general stage Siler to get killed by a soldier-level Wang Ting. The unknown situation made her feel that she was losing control. If the true form was here, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. The clone sighed. Then, she looked at the metal armor flaming scorpion and scoffed. Bow down or die. The metal armor flaming scorpion hesitated. Its stance wasn't as tough as before because it felt the threat of death. Wang Ting saw this scene when he came closer and cursed in his heart. What the hell, boss? Where is your dignity? Where is your ego? What happened to your domineering attitude at the start? Don't be afraid. Continue fighting her. A smile appeared on the edge of the clone's lips when she saw the metal armor flaming scorpion's hesitation. It was a lord-level star beast, but once fear had crept up to its heart, it wasn't far from surrendering. I'll only give you 10 seconds. Pass me the green flame and I can spare your life. Wang Ting cursed the black incubus devil lord for being unscrupulous. She wanted to win the war without a fight. He felt that he needed to do something. He mustn't allow the metal armor flaming scorpion to hand over the green flame so easily. After all, he wanted that treasure too. He activated his spiritual sight to check the two parties' situations. Huh! He exclaimed in his heart, a sinister smile appearing on his face. I almost got fooled by her. There must be something wrong with this black incubus devil lord. The force glow in her body is much dimmer. She's a paper tiger now. 10, 9, 8. The clone started counting down. Wang Ting stopped hesitating. He jumped straight out and shouted, Boss Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion, don't worry. I'm here to help you. The clone. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion? They both turned and looked at Wang Ting, who had suddenly dashed out, feeling stunned. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion was utterly confused. Who is this? Do I know him? Why did he suddenly run out to help me? Boss Scorpion, the dark apparitions have invaded our world. This is unforgivable. We belong to the same side, so we should work together to kill her. Wang Ting shouted in a righteous tone. Then, he charged towards the clone. To show my sincerity, I'll go first. He knew that there was limited force left in the black incubus devil lord's body, so he wasn't afraid. Of course, he remained cautious of the black incubus devil lord. Once the situation went astray, he would use his space talent to escape. Boom! He punched his fist out, hurling a frightening fist force at the clone. Brat, I'll remember you. The clone's expression turned ugly. The next moment, she disintegrated under Wang Ting's fist force and turned into a ball of dark force, dissipating in the air. Wang Ting. The Metal Armor Flaming Scorpion. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.